Icon of glory, by my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I'm not taught the ways of music and the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy cheek. By the sword and voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's by my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the bond of double power in the voice of the Master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a bold to invoke thee. Strike a master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Avenger, by the song I invoke thee. If I am the voice for the world, let it strike at thy name, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the safety, the voices, everyone around. Mine is the head of the man and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle river of the sign given of none. Save it be, oh pity, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure at the intimate there. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For by the wonder of the power in the voice of the Master, Abraham Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine heart the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a bold to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, strike the flaming sword, crown, giant conquering Lord, our Lord, Amen God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is that sword of revenge, let it strike, I stand pity, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the
Good old congressmen and senators are frauds. Hippies.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I invoke of thee. Oh Lord, by the limit, I know thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the six and yellow rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sun remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the ether, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, I bear the rose and cross of life and remaining in the sign, the invocation comes therefore I say unto thee, thou woman within me, for that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign, teaching abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I will. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. Is true. Wisdom of your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. but I cannot hold with you. Cannot lie, cannot land. I breathe in your holy calm. The storm in my head lays down like a calm. Wisdom of wisdom of God, belongs alone. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tell my life, tell my life. I breathe in your holy cold, and the storm in my head lays down like a pond. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, 9, 9, stay. Wisdom of God is now. Joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay.
Testing, testing. 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 Testing, 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 testing. Testing, testing. Hello, Gamma. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. My friend, I'm testing a voice modifier. I'm trying. I bought this thing on Amazon. Can you hear me?
Modify it. Don't criticize it.
Let's see if I get this thing to work. Testing, testing. Hello, hello, hello. Maybe I really don't know how this thing works. I got an instruction manual. It's amazing. I see ads on Instagram for like an electronic item. Then I go to Amazon and I find it for like 50% less, immediate delivery. So I'm trying to bring myself to read Ayn Rand, but I can't seem to do it by myself. It seems too difficult of a task to want to have to read Ayn Rand as a 43-year-old man in my home alone. It seems like it's kind of defeating the purpose of reading Ayn Rand. But when my friends come around, well, some say potato, some say potato. The most interesting thing about Ayn Rand is her sex life. That's
What did she do?
It says a lot. It says a lot. You know what's amazing
Did
is,
she take it?
you know, Bima, she was like, I was obsessed with Ayn Rand. I studied underneath Edward Bernays, and I spent so many years reading Ayn Rand. And so I did a reading room with her where we read Ayn Rand together from the same book, you know, chapter by chapter. And BB came in the room. He's like, come on, Bima, let's go fucking do a crazy fucking room. Let's do it right now. I'm like, so I kicked him to the goo and I was like, I'm sorry.
I was there for that moment, actually.
I'm trying to record something. So now I'm blocked from all his rooms, and I'm okay with that because of Anonymous. Like, if it wasn't for Anonymous, I would get annoyed that I couldn't like listen in, you know, as like an obsessive compulsive clownhouse listener. Alumi, welcome to the reading room. We're gonna read Ayn Rand. If you want to read 3 minutes, you can read any book you want. Doesn't matter what you read. We will listen to you read for 3 minutes if you listen to us read for 3 minutes. It's up to you. You can or you cannot participate. It's up to you.
Indeed, my sheep John, I shall deliver to your house. You've given me 3 minutes. I shall take my time to run.
Okay, you want 3 minutes to read a book? Do you want to go now?
Well, I'm not interrupting you, am I?
No, we haven't started. We haven't started it yet.
Dude, let me find.
Zach, are you also capable of reading a book this afternoon?
I'm driving.
Got it.
Let's go. This is the key. Well, I'll take it as destiny. All right. It is your fate to hear this today. God, El Allah, the most compassionate, most merciful.
All praises is for Allah, who has revealed the book to his servant, allowing no crookedness in it, making it perfectly upright to warn the disbelievers of a severe torment from him, to give good news to the believers who do good, that they will have a fine reward, in which they will remain forever, and to warn those who claim Allah has offspring. They have no knowledge of this, nor did their forefathers. What a terrible claim that comes out of their mouths. They say nothing but lies. Now, perhaps you, O Prophet, will grieve yourself to death over their denial, if they continue to disbelieve in this message. We have indeed made whatever is on earth as adornment for it, in order to test which of them is best in deeds, and we will certainly reduce whatever is on it to barren ground. Have you, O Prophet, thought that the people of the cave and the plaque were the only wonders of our signs? Remember when those youths took refuge in the cave and said, "Our Lord, grant us mercy from yourself, and guide us rightly through our ordeal." So we caused them to fall into deep sleep in the cave for many years. Then we raised them, so we may show which of the two groups would make a better estimation of the length of this day. We relate to you, O Prophet, the story in truth. They were youths who truly believed in their Lord, and we increased them in guidance. And we strengthened their hearts when they stood up and declared, "Our Lord is the Lord of the heavens and earth. We will never call upon any god besides him, or we would truly be uttering an outrageous lie." Then they said to one another, "These people of ours have taken gods beside him. What do they not produce a clear proof of them? Why do they not produce a clear proof of them? Who then does more wrong than those who fabricate lies against Allah? Since you have distanced yourself from them, and what they worship besides Allah, take refuge in the cave. Your Lord will extend his mercy to you and accommodate you in your ordeal. And you would have seen the sun as it rose, inclining away from their cave to the right, as it set declining away from them to the left, while they lay in its open space. That is one of the signs of Allah. Whoever Allah guides is truly guided, and whoever he leaves is to stray. You will never find for them a guiding mentor. And you would have thought...
Okay, that's 3 minutes, Illumi. That's 3+ minutes. That's 4 minutes. We have a 3-minute cutoff. It's a 3-minute reading.
No worries, my friend.
What a wonderful reading. What does that tell you? Like, what did you gain from that, experience of reading that?
You tell me.
One is the way you read it. I think, it's almost to me like I can't tell sometimes. I'm like, is he making fun of this material in the way that he's reading it?
No, but God is making fun of the disbelievers, and I am simply articulating his sense.
He's making fun of you.
I don't believe so, for I have brought forth Illumi before I become cordial with John.
See, my friend thinks you're making...
It is a manifestation of my completion. It is the bringing out of my third eye. It is a sign that I am almost complete.
See, my friend thinks that you're making fun of me because I read in a maybe similar type of English accent prose. And, I got to say, like, to me, it's basically super stimulus, where I know I don't sound that way when I speak to you this way. But when I read a book from 1910 written by an English author, and I sound like maybe a queer Winston Churchill, is that how would you describe it? Anyways, welcome to Exet is here.
describe it as eloquent English. I am simply speaking how I would speak in eloquent Arabic.
So McZed said that I'm a crazy person and I should be disregarded, and that's just what I do, and that's the way he talks. And I said that
You disagree?
I said McZed was a robot, and that his
You did.
and he is just a highly programmed robot, and I'm okay with living with androids. That's fine by me. I would never discriminate against an android. I mean, that's my rebuttal, Dr. McZed. I mean, McZed, I'm just teasing, I'm just kidding around.
I mean, here's my question. In claiming that I am robotic, are you saying that there's something inhuman in my responses, or
No,
are you
just
claiming that I am exercising some kind of control over myself that is near robotic and somehow inhuman?
no, I'm just trying to come up with something to insult you with.
Listen. What I said there was honest and true. I genuinely think you are a nice, interesting, smart person. I also think that you suffer from a compulsion specifically about this app, like you're reckoning with what's going on. It puts you into an unhealthy, I would say you feel somewhat naked, maybe insecure, and it results in a compulsion. And as a result, yeah, the best advice to most people is to ignore what you say.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just your opinion. And
Again, that's not the advice I'm giving to you. I'm not telling you to ignore or that what you say is not valuable. I'm telling you what the best advice I think is to give to anyone that hasn't yet met you.
No, I get it, but see, my response is if we were to play back what you just said, and then we were to put it in the frame of a projection, that's your problem. That's my opinion about the projection.
I think John wants
words of projectionality on me.
I think John wants to work with people. I just feel like people are too dumb, and you are not Christ, John. You're not going to change these people. Did I not just read to you?
Jesus didn't change anyone either.
You are not going to guide those who God has sealed. That's it.
Isn't part of his message he failed in his life, right? He committed his life fully, and thus it was so pure. So everyone should commit their life fully, knowing that they will fail. No.
You have missed our recitation of the.
I just see a bunch of failures around. I just thought you guys were committed to it.
Here, let me find that.
Damn.
And you would have seen. Oh, here we go. That is one of the signs of Allah. Whoever Allah guides is true.
No, Illumi, hold on. Illumi, please hold.
You will never find.
Illumi, you gotta hold on. This is Illumi, this is a 3-minute reading room, and it's my book club. It's my nonprofit. I met with my psychiatrist. I took McZed's advice, and maybe I am crazy.
It's part of the terms of his parole.
Maybe I am crazy. And so, according to McZed, how would...
It's just a question of reckoning with your insanity.
Okay, so so explain to me your diagnosis and your treatment plan.
Okay, my diagnosis, my sense of you, is that you're on this app compulsively. And that you specifically engage in performative presentation of your thoughts, which I think because it makes you uncomfortable to maybe share and talk honestly, the way you sometimes do, with me in smaller rooms. But I never see you do to a stranger or to a new person. I see you, making announcements, sort of mindfulness declarations. Which would be okay if there was a consistency to it, but the only consistency is that you kind of push it to the level of annoyance, like troll. That's where it leads me to feel there's some kind of insecurity, the dominance you feel the need to exert. And I'll tell you this also, regardless of the dominance you need to exert and attempt to do, you have a very striking voice. You do draw people's attention. I notice when you say absolute gibberish, people are captivated. And all I'm saying is that, that's a gift, and maybe that causes some of your embarrassment. Maybe, people pay attention to you, so then you feel exposed. I don't know. But, I see the compulsion. And, in terms of self-control, what would I prescribe? I would say, you don't have to speak all the time. Right now, you're listening. And, I would experiment with different styles of communication than the one you're leaning on.
this like announcer of mindfulness persona, right? You can also walk in softly with like an interesting question, a polite little poke, barely even, maybe even just a qualifying question, not like a confrontational, just like, hey, where did you say you were from? What language were you speaking? Like anything boring alternative to your high intensity announcer of declarations of mindfulness. But you asked quickly my diagnosis, my treatment plan, and by the way, not a fucking doctor.
Yeah, I mean,
sounds like
I agree.
Lolly.
What, Illumi?
Kind of sounds like Lolly right now.
Lolly?
There's nothing really wrong with anything that.
Well, he just offered criticism and no solution.
No, that's not true. I did propose a therapy approach. I said that there were specific styles of like more low intensity communication that he could play around with. And like I get it. Like part of the fun of this app is you can go to high intensity communication, and like there's always a spot where it's like proper. I'm just saying, like, for in terms of my sense of not being a doctor, but knowing you as a person and people, my sense is you need to chill out and like flex your more mindfulness relaxation muscles in your communication.
I agree.
And I think you sense that struggle, which is why like for you it's kind of silence or this radio persona. Like again, not a doctor. I'm not saying this is actually a good therapy. It just seems to me you could exert some self-control over your own speech and benefit from it.
It always keeps running.
I agree, and
I will get you one day, Roya, and you will be on my block list.
My psychiatrist is like, what are you doing positive for yourself? I said, well, I'm trying to organize a book club with veterans that have PTSD or depression. And he's like, oh, that is a very good idea. That's very smart. And then, so, they liked that I was doing that.
Try to get them on like those therapy drugs.
Well, I got prescribed. I got prescribed the medication.
No. I'm talking about like the good stuff, the clinical trials that they're doing for PTSD to specifically treat the trauma. I think MDMA is the one that's like really, really good.
Well,
I'm saying is like
not experimental.
The veteran.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Veteran Affairs.
It's in clinical trials, but it has excellent results. It's in your wheelhouse. You're already crazy. It could probably chill you out, and then you just be a drug connection. That's an easy moneymaker. Come on, man.
So the veteran.
Paid by the government to go dose the fucking veterans.
Yeah, the government offered me $300 to do a magnetic procedure. Where you go under high power magnetics. Kind of like electric. I think it's just what they call electric shock therapy nowadays, to tell you the truth. I think they're just relabeling it as.
By the way, you're probably not wrong because they do use that, and as terrifying and brutal as
it actually works.
It does work. It works sometimes. It can be super brutal, and it was definitely abused in the past, but it is still like a viable technique. Honestly, on a far lower dosage, they've investigated other stuff. Sort of little tinkerers with 9-volt batteries and little skull caps. They are able to simulate some very interesting brain states based on a skull cap and the right electrons. Just the right signal, the right megahertz, and the right variance, whatever. It causes an effect. And a weird measurable effect they saw was they had a person try to play a video game that gets progressively harder the longer you play until the person, of course, the person dies. And then they put the cap on, and then the person just sort of went right through it. Didn't struggle at all, got the terms, it never got hard enough. At some point, they beat the game and got well past where they were before they had the thinking cap on.
Well,
what I'm saying is
I told my
surprised that electrical signals by the brain can actually have tremendous therapeutic value.
Yeah, I told my friend here, because the psychiatrist asked me 9 questions, and he said, your borderline personality disorder based on your responses off of this diagnostic questionnaire. And my friend was diagnosed with this as well. And so, he said, so what you gonna do with your life? What's your plan? You're 43 years old. What you gonna do? And I said, well, doctor, I said, I see your white lab coat up on the wall and your big degrees and all that. I was like, do you think you could just lobotomize me? Could you lobotomize me?
No.
And he was like, why you want to be lobotomized? Why you want to be lobotomized? I said, I don't know. Is this psychiatry? Do you guys do lobotomies anymore? He's like, no, but you can do the magnetic therapy treatment. I was like, magnetic therapy treatment. All right. And he's like, and we'll pay you $300. We will pay you $300 to be a part of the experiment. I was like, all right, $300. Great.
You're being defensive.
No, I'm describing to you my experience.
A lobotomy. No one has suggested that your brain is a waste of matter. No one's done that. We value your mind. We value your insights. We value your perspective. What we don't value is your uncivil behavior. And that's where we say you can exert self-control or you can medicate yourself into a way that the rest of us can interact with.
But I value the uncivil behavior. It validates my own uncivil
we do a little bit, maybe. There's a place for civility and uncivility. But the public space, for people trying to talk, usually when I find, they don't love.
Okay, so
contribution.
McZed, I'm filming other rooms right now as we're speaking, and in those other
harmony amongst the humans I know.
In those other rooms that I'm recording, there are green beaners like Marshall Rankin and Scott Jones and Deborah and all these other what I would call elite liberals on this app. And if you listen to what they say and how they say
Is
it,
Marshall an elite liberal?
yes, he absolutely is. He's in the stratosphere. He shares the green bean with them. Anyways, my point is, when you listen to what they're saying, they speak as if they are the leaders, and what they're talking about, it's in terms of the topic itself, and if they are, because when you listen to them, again, they're literally talking about doing their former actions. They're talking about future actions. And there's even hardcore liberals on this app that are saying prepare for bloody civil war constantly and screaming it. And I just think they got no class, no intelligence. They don't understand, the thing is they are the ones who use the term MAGA constantly. And anyways, I'm just saying from an observational perspective, in terms of mental health and what people are talking about. I mean, they talked about tampons in bathrooms for boys in the 4th grade in Tim Waltz for 20 minutes. And they're still talking about that and debating it as if everyone deserves reproductive rights or feminine health care. I don't know how they were anyways, you get my point. So I'm just saying from how people are spending their mornings and afternoons and what they're talking about, there is a group of Democrat liberals on this app that are persistent, ridiculously resistant, totally unaware of their own joy and happiness and how they're their own worst enemies in terms of their day-to-day happiness and how they're screaming and every day thinking about Donald Trump. I mean, maybe they're the most, I don't think it's, anyways, that's just my observation. But this is a book club because after talking with my psychiatrist, Dr. Vinny Boombatz, Dr. Kim Lee Suk Wan, I, want to say that I'm kind of impressed with the doctors at the VA. I didn't meet one doctor who's actually an American. Every single person working there is Filipino or some type of Asian, which, I don't have a problem with somebody's geographic background or melatonin density or how they smell or what they eat or how they sound. I don't really care. I'm a
You mean that they were literally born in the Philippines?
Yeah, every single employee that I met at the VA has an accent, and they're not native born, and English is not their first language, and that's okay.
What's usually their origin story for ending up at the VA?
I don't know. They got their big plaques. They went to, Filipino University, came here,
No,
did
obviously
this, got that.
they went to whatever university. I don't know that it was necessarily Filipino, but I'm not sure how they end up at the VA. If you're curious how they got there and you don't like that they don't look like what you expect an American to be, ask what their American story is.
Oh, no, that's not actually what I'm saying. I'm merely just reciting my observations. I just said I don't care
They're
about.
all a bunch of Filipinos.
Yeah, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. They're working and they're hard and they're doing great work. And they're making great salaries and budget. Did you know what the VA budget is? It's $150 billion a year just in disability pension. $150 billion a year just for the disabled pensioners.
Well, it's expensive. They got a lot of specialty.
That doesn't include the budget for the VA facilities and all the staff and all the medical device technology and all the fun. Anyways, that's not the purpose of this room.
I would boost up the VA. I don't see any reason the VA should be weak.
Anyways, I don't mean to talk about a jobs program, because if they wanted to, they could just give all those veterans health insurance so they could go to their local hospital. There wouldn't be a giant campus that's 20 square miles of VA facilities. I mean, we wouldn't need it.
There's a reason that the veterans get different health care.
Oh, there's a reason?
The veterans get different health care.
All right. Well, what would a libertarian say?
I'll tell you this. I grant you, it should be that a veteran can also check into a local hospital and that those records just integrate nicely into the VA. But like the government has an interest in monitoring the specific health care of the specific soldiers that donated their lives to it. There's a different rationale behind the healthcare system for the veterans than there is for the citizens.
Have you ever been to a VA hospital?
No, I'm not.
Well, the public can literally walk in and go to any floor they want. There are offices wide open. There's no security. It's like it's a huge.
What's so bad about the place?
There's limited security. I'm just saying that the one that I went to was the laxest I've ever seen. The one in Chicago's hard.
There's at least like a door, and you press a button, and someone opens the door.
No, it's not.
So it's an open door. You walk in, and there's a guard somewhere.
Violate the parking, they show up, and then you get a ticket, and then you realize this is a federal.
No. Every facility is a little different. The one in Chicago is high security because they deal with Chicagoans, and a lot of them are actually like gang leaders, from Vietnam. They literally go in dressed like pimps. I said to this one guy, I was like, "Well, excuse me, sir, can I ask you why you're dressed like this? It's so magnificent. It's an incredible outfit." And he said, "I'm in a crew." I said, "Oh, excellent. Thank you." Anyways, this is the Ayn Rand Objectivist Room. Thank you for coming here. We can all read for 3 minutes in this safe space of reading a book. Alumi read from the Quran about Muhammad in the cave. My friend is driving a car. Mixed, have you ever experienced reading a book on Clown House?
So you can't say clown house, bro, and then expect people to take you seriously. Like you're kind of insulting them. I do agree there are a lot of clowns on this platform. I'd say the overwhelming amount are clowns.
I would.
You insulted the overwhelming amount of people on this app.
Indeed, Madame Illumi, everybody understands that I am a rational, coherent actor.
See, maybe I'm insulting, but I think I get equally roasted. I mean, I went into a room about spiritual awakening and union with God, and I was talking about the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishads, the Vedas, the Tanya, the Torah, all these spiritual books. And then Mixed says that's just a crazy person, and that's just how he talks. Nobody cared about what I said. Didn't matter what books I mentioned. I'm just, completely, insulted and made to. So when I say that this is a clown house, and you guys are in my tent, I got the green beans. I mean, there is something about these green beans that people respect, which I really don't respect. And it's not a me problem. It's the way that this app is set. It's not open for debate. I'm blocked from all rooms. Marshall Stankin Rankin, this trans person over there, that trans person. I'm just saying I'm blocked. So Anon to me is the funnest aspect of this app, that I can have an anon sitting in a room, go in, say what I want to say, and then listen to the feedback. Like, that is, interesting. But if I were to...
I hate John Kitover.
Yeah. And I like when people say, you don't know John Kitover? Like, that to me is like, it's working. It's working. It's just so much fun to have some people say, I fucking hate that motherfucker, John Kitover. And then somebody else says, you don't know John Kitover? Like, anyways, that's, to me, isn't that like fun for you guys to,
I think it's funny when they're talking about somebody and you can't figure out who they're talking about, and they're going on and on and on, and then eventually your lid like starts to dawn on you, and they're like, well, we have people in our midst. When we have people on this app who choose to spend their time threatening and harassing others, we have people on this app who spend their time, and then you realize, you're like, oh, okay. You can't just get over?
See, you can catch people making the most ridiculous but it's not even the fact that people make ridiculous statements on this app. It's that, like, it's what they're talking about. And that's why when I read a book, I really value the experience of reading a book, because it's not me listening to all these woke leftists talk about their woke leftist topics, and I'm filming them simultaneously. So it's like I am being productive. Because I'm agitating, Benjamin, maybe Benjamin on this app. He claims that it's like the pearl theory. It's like you just agitate enough, to make that pearl. And I like pearl necklaces. I like pearl jewelry. I like giving pearl necklaces. And so when Benjamin, brought up this theory of the clam or the theory of the oyster, I was like, that's fascinating, because I do think I'm an irritant. And that's why yesterday Pro Lyrical on this app had a room called The Most Annoying People on Clubhouse. And to me, that's just projection, because he is actually one of the most annoying people on this app. And everybody in that room for the full 24-hour cycle that talked about whatever, whatever they talked about. I mean, it's great content, but the way I film it sucks. Phone to phone sucks. Like, if you could do a perfect 1-to-1 and just take this screenshot and perfectly overlay it into YouTube every time. Chris, another guy in this app, he has perfected that by using, virtual computers on his desktop and Club Deck. But, to me, it's really about like knowing that John Kitover is out there recording you. And if you were to only take the time to actually review any of the 100,000 plus videos of John Kitover's YouTube accounts, you would see the dedication, the commitment, and the hard work and productivity that went into recording really 5 years of Clubhouse experience. And they suspended my YouTube account, and it was crazy. They actually suspended my account over a video from like 4 years ago or something of a Clubhouse room. It was so old. I was like, so it must be algorithmic, because I have so many videos up. You just give up after like at least 3 minutes. You can't go through any of it. It's just so incredibly dense and pointless. It's just amazing how I've taken an entire compression of 5 years of Clubhouse, and it's completely worthless. It's got no value. No one looks at it. But I think it's really because of algorithm discrimination. And if people talk about, discrimination and civil rights and all these constant, never-ending discriminators in this country, I, as just a human being, feel that like my mere existence is now being discriminated against by major technology platforms, by the algorithm. And it's, maybe it's a me problem. I mean, I get flagged for hateful, abusive speech content, and it's amazing that it's actually me saying it sometimes, but what I'm saying is actually legal. It doesn't violate their policies. It's just the complexity of how do you define and accurately diagnose hate speech using algorithmic methodology. And then it goes to an appeal process. And then they come back and they say, no, we have determined this is hateful. And it's like when I listen to it, I'm like, anyways. I usually don't listen to it. I just move on. But welcome to the Ayn Rand room. Kitty, Michelle, Mark, the MFer down in the goo. I did buy a voice modulator simulator thing here. I'm trying to figure out how to use it. It's only $20. It's made in China. And I think it would be a lot of fun to, come in. You can be a baby. You can be youthful. You can be a male. You can be a king. You can be a lolly, a youth, a female, or a witch, male to female or female to male. Then it has a bunch of sound effects like kissing, laughter, cheerfulness, applause, suppricide. I think maybe the spelling error on the actual device. Show up, crow, and time. Oh, so maybe it says surprise. Surprised, but they got it spelled wrong. So, again, this is a reading room. At any moment, anyone can read a book for 3 minutes. It's completely up to you. Like I said, do you want to read a book for 3 minutes? I know you like the conversational experience more than actually reading a book here. I like the book conversation experience. Kitty, do you want to read a book? Michelle, Mark, you got 3 to 10 minutes to read a book here. You can do it. I have faith that we can read books as humans again. Michelle, welcome.
Hey.
How are you doing, darling?
I'm okay, and I've read for you before. We've done this before a couple of years ago. I'm not here to read because I'm actually doing my eyebrows at the moment. But I just wanted to say and talk to what you just said. You said, if you manage to have the patience to go through my Instagram accounts and see the 5 years, how much hard work I've put into this. Well, I've done that. I only did that a couple of days ago. Somehow you just landed in my algorithm, and I just went through that rabbit hole, and I came across a couple of incredible clubhouse rooms that I was in as well. And honestly, it's very, very entertaining. Borderlining genius, with everything you do in the background. And seeing your reaction to things that people are saying. I thoroughly enjoyed it, John. And I was listening to you on X. You were live streaming a clubhouse room through X, and I'm on X quite a lot. And I just wanted to say I appreciate you and the work that you do.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Michelle.
Sorry, I just had to call the cops on somebody.
Uh-oh. What was he doing or she doing? What happened?
This is my new thing while driving in a way that I don't like. I just call the cops right away. I just instantly pick up the phone and I call the cops and I say, I'm headed southbound on Jefferson, and I'd like to report an erratic driver. License plate Charlie 69er is accidentally driven by a young black male. Person is weaving in and out of the driving lane. I'd like to call to report an erratic driver headed southbound on Jefferson. Thank you. And that's what
Bono Shalom. Either you're a great driving instructor or you're a terrible driving instructor. Wouldn't know until I experienced being in the back seat of you driving a car with a student. But thanks, Michelle, for that. Mixed, you're in so many of my videos. because, I do want to try to capture intelligence, 15-second clips. So I clip you a lot, and I mean, nobody watches this. Nobody leaves comments. It could just be just bots watching it. But Michelle claims she actually found a video of herself, which I find unbelievable because there are thousands and thousands of videos on Instagram.
Hey, McSad.
How you doing?
No, I was just saying that I appreciate what John does, or Edmund, or whatever he calls himself these days.
Good question.
I appreciate it, and I was listening to it the other day. I was listening to some past Clubhouse rooms, and it's just the whole thing and seeing his reaction to stuff, and it's very, very entertaining.
Ah, see? John, your work was not in vain. You have a loyal fan. I'm a fan.
And he's streaming me on something else now. I can hear. What am I on?
Well, Michelle, people aren't streaming your voice. Pretty much everyone on Clubhouse agrees it's the most lovely.
Thank you.
So, I've been reading this. I'm trying to get to this book. It's right in front of me. It's called The Virtue of Selfishness. It deals with ethics. And, I asked McSad once, how would you teach an ethics class? I was like, you wouldn't just give a reading list, read the books, discuss the books. He's like, no, I'd sit there and we'd figure out first.
No, I wouldn't do that for an ethics class. I'd probably start with, definitions of terms.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said.
Whatever people... I'd run it kind of like a group therapy. I'd be like, first, what are terms? And then I'd ask people what people thought was, ethical or moral. And then we try and grow off of that. Somewhat Socratic. Just try and provoke and see where the conversation grows while people think about ethics. The problem with the way people discuss it nowadays is they use ethics more as a litmus test for a false philosophy or ideology. If it violates some kind of moral sense they have, then they say it must be wrong. But
My reel got over 6,000 views. Sorry. I thought you were done. Sorry.
They don't think through the broader concerns in ethical systems, like what we're getting at with ethics.
Right, that's very true, but also...
It's hard to put your finger on exactly what ethics are about.
That's very true. But also, my reel got 6,000 views, and I'm going to put the link in the chat.
Impressive.
Yeah, I mean, how do you... The thing about the ethics that's just interesting to me is it's like if you try to solve one problem, it creates another problem over here. So it's like it is intertwined with economy, with social, cultural, medical, industrial, military, industrial, banking, industrial, energy. It's like it's all... There's ethical, to me, the left woke political communication shows that their communication isn't really based on high value ethics. I mean, I think you said once that, essentially we have an ethical problem in society, and that's why we have all these issues, no?
Well, I don't think we teach ethics or ethical reasoning very much. I'd say the closest you get to studying ethical reasoning from the broad educational system is history, and then if you specialize in it in college, but it's a worthy study.
History is more his story. Am I right?
It is a bunch of stories, but
I love that.
It converges into a singular narrative that is accepted as true.
Okay, so I think maybe I'm the only one capable of reading books anymore in 2026. I mean, imagine a movie where a man discovers that, everywhere he goes, he can't find one person reading a book or willing to read a book anymore. And he's the only one who has a superpower to read books. I mean, I went to Chabad for a mega Shabbos, last Shabbos, and I looked at the rabbi's daughter in front of a bookshelf reading a book like a robot. She was going reading, from that big blue book, and
Yeah, you don't understand what she's doing.
yeah, she's reading, right? But she's like using her tongue to like.
No, but no.
You mean you don't understand?
She's producing a reading. She's performing it or preparing for a performance. It's like what she's doing is closer to an actor or orator or speech giver preparing to make a declaration with correct pronunciation and intonation. That's what she's preparing for. It looks like a robot to you because you're not appreciating the form.
I just wanted to say I'm Jewish, so please don't.
No, I'm not saying like I'm being facetious when I say she's a robot. I thought she was like reading, but like reading silently, but still like using her mouth to like formulate the words or something. I'm just making fun of the robot word.
No, all I'm trying to highlight is Jews engage in a lot of mechanistic behavior, but the meaning of it isn't necessarily their interpretation of like what they're reading every time. Sometimes it's pronouncing it. Sometimes.
Hang on, do you mean she was davening?
Yeah, she was davening basically.
I'm not sure what he's saying she was doing.
Done?
Yeah, I don't know if it was davening per se. She looked like to me she was reading a book, but like I had never seen somebody like. I guess she was actually just quietly reading out loud. That's what she was doing.
Yeah, people read, especially when they shut on television.
Yeah, everybody's dressed like a Mormon,
Yep.
and I think it's great.
And by the way, like beautiful little family life. The family learns to interact with each other with less screens.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I mean, and he's got a big family. He's got like I think 8 kids, 9 kids, somewhere up there.
Mm-hmm.
And his wife looks like she's 29. I'm like, she looks great. They're having all these kids, and she's so nice. And
back, baby.
Yep.
Some of them are very glamorous.
Yeah.
They walk around in high heels. They've got like a $10,000 Shaitalon, $10,000 Shaitalon. They're very, very glamorous.
I knew a very impressive Lubavitch woman who had given birth to, I think, 6 or 7 children, and she was also, I think, a cardiologist. She was at least a doctor, but I think she was a heart doctor. And her husband was like a handyman Lubavitch guy. And I was just endlessly impressed with that woman.
Yeah, I know a very wealthy family in Beverly Hills, and like, the matriarch mind like flows down into the husband and the sons. Like she is the shot caller of the family. And, that's what being like a powerhouse CPA, mathematician, highly educated, gets you. Like it gets you in an executive individual who, can do a complicated analysis and submission and focus and concentration. Because when it comes to taxation, if you've ever looked at the IRS code, like the code book, I mean, it's so fine print and it's such a huge book. You're like, I mean, that is probably the one coolest thing probably that CPAs are doing with, accounting is for taxation purposes and using AI to essentially give you your justifications from that massive, tax book. I'm sure a lot of tax attorneys are doing that. I would like to read Ayn Rand. If somebody wants to hear me read a book for 3 minutes, I could tell you about my lawsuit against Scott Bessent and the IRS. I have a May 21st pretrial hearing with an EEOC judge. I just got a demand letter from an IRS, chief counsel asking me how much I was asking for and how to justify it. I asked for $230,000, 2 years of lost wages, $10,000 for therapy, $10,000 for lost pension and retirement benefits, $10,000 I think for lost health insurance benefits, $230K. I'm hoping they come back, at $100K. That would be nice. Rabbono Shalom. If they come back with nothing and they force a trial, Rabbono Shalom. It goes to trial. You know, since I've run for 2 elected offices, I've had to go to quasi trial, quasi political trial for petitions, and that whole experience of the communication with the lawyers and the judges has conditioned me to essentially draft documents and communicate. And one of the attorneys in my congressional trial, the guy who challenged me on behalf of Darren LaHood, he said in an email to the judge, "This guy just spews gibberish," something to that extent. And it was ridiculous. This lawyer wore a baseball cap to the trial. His arms are all tatted up, and he had a toothpick in his mouth. I couldn't believe it. I was like, and he made $150,000 at that trial to get me off the ballot. Can you believe that? It's fucking amazing. Kitty, welcome to the room. Did you want to read a book? Because I'm about to read a book. And if people leave, I understand, because people want live experience. They don't want somebody reading a book. But I am convinced that I may be one of the last people alive who can read a book. Now, there's a lot of college students out there who may claim they read books, but do they really read books anymore? Do people go to the library and actually check out books that are 100 years old? Because the last time I went to the library, it was all new books. There was nothing old in the library. Everything was new manufactured. I was like, well, kind of sucks. Can't get access to the old stuff. Sometimes the old stuff is the best stuff. The new stuff is just like manufactured new stuff. It's not like new. See, stuff in the 1910s and 20s was like new experience, new discovery, new research. And now everything they reproduce, it's just like reruns. Kitty, did you want to come up? Because I'm about to read Ayn Rand for 3 minutes and clip it on YouTube in 3-minute increments. We are on page 26. Welcome to the book club, Kitty. You know how a cat says hello, Kitty? It goes like this. Okay, this is Ayn Rand. Oh my God, Kitty. If you don't come up this time, I'm giving up. Okay, I'm giving up on you. Doesn't work. This is The Virtue of Selfishness by Ayn Rand, read by mayoral candidate John Kitover. Go to mayorkitover.com or johnkitoverchicago.com. This is Ayn Rand, page 26. The Objectivist Ethics, The Virtue of Selfishness. Man cannot survive like an animal by acting on the range of the moment. An animal's life consists of a series of separate cycles, repeated over and over again, such as the cycle of breeding its young or of storing food for the winter. An animal's consciousness cannot integrate its entire lifespan. It can carry just so far, then the animal has to begin the cycle all over again. With no connection to the past, man's life is a continuous whole. For good or evil, every day, year, and decade of his life holds the sum of all the days behind him. He can alter his choices. He is free to change the direction of his course. He is even free, in many cases, to atone for the consequences of his past, but he is not free to escape them, nor to live his life with impunity on the range of the moment like an animal or a playboy or a thug. If he is to succeed at the task of survival, if his actions are not to be aimed at his own destruction, man has to choose his course, his goals, his values in the context and terms of a lifetime. No sensations, percepts, urges, or instincts can do it. Only a mind can. Such is the meaning of the definition, which is required for man's survival, qua man. It does not mean a momentary or a merely physical survival. It does not mean the momentary physical survival of the mindless brute, waiting for another brute to crush his skull. It does not mean the momentary physical survival of a crawling aggregate of muscles who is willing to accept any terms, obey any thug, and surrender any values for the sake of what is known as survival at any price, which may or may not last a week or a year. Man's survival qua man means the terms, methods, conditions, and goals required for the survival of a rational being through the whole of his lifespan and all those aspects of existence which are open to his choice. Man cannot survive as anything but man. He can abandon his means of survival, his mind. He can turn himself into a subhuman creature, and he can turn his life into a brief span of agony.
To be in the earth and operate in our functions in its proper perspective, but moreover prioritizing his presence over everything. With that, I'm going to yield my mic. I thank you for allowing me to share that.
Having a leading coefficient have a negative value when you could have buried the negative kind of thing. And now I'm kind of in doubt if that was supposed to be a negative all along, or, but if I see, I'm saying like whatever the thing is that you're going to do in math. And so we're just using it as an example to, not because I care, just because I know somebody else might. And if you don't hear it from me, I'm literally being paid to tell you the kind of things that will or will not fly in the industry and in school. So it's like that's what you're simulating. So yeah, it's a perspective, but there's a better probability that I have the correct perspective. Like that's what you're getting paid to do. People like, imagine them coming to you and you're a lawyer and you're teaching them law and you're not telling them about what's happening out in the real industry. Like, is it just a perspective problem? You know what I mean?
Well,
that's kind of
the real dilemma in my mind would be like, let's say you had a student who, just for whatever reason, is refusing to do it the right way, but they're kind of getting it right, like they're smart. But maybe, the classic thing would be like somebody who's acing the test but not turning their homework in or something. Yeah. And you have a stated policy about how much of the grade, but but then you learn like, well, this person is, maybe have some issues at home, or they have to they don't have the time, they have to take care of their brothers and sisters. You start learning these things, and you start thinking like, well, what's the goal here really? Is the goal compliance, or is the goal like understanding? And if they can demonstrate understanding in a way,
right? Like
are we? Then the classic thing would be like, well, it's not fair to the other students if I give a break. But then it's like, well, I don't know, maybe the policy should have included alternative ways of demonstrating understanding. Like maybe what we need is a little more diversity and how. So that's the kind of things that I actually anticipate being like a real world issues for a teacher. And so you have a kid who, like, just some weird gothy kid who always has to scribble on their stuff, and you could just there's another one, I'm not accepting that. But then you could literally be like ignoring the fact that they're kind of getting their shit right.
Right.
I would hope I'm the kind of person who's flexible enough to kind of see through that. But still, it's really important just to teach these kids, like, yeah, you gotta suck your challenge. You gotta like put the answers in the right spot. You gotta. Presentation does matter.
Yeah, you're telling them early on what matters in your industry, and to some extent you're a little fifed up, and like think about like another example of that would be, let's say you're working on Mercine primes or something, or probably a better example, it's something that's going to be polynomial heavy, right? Like a Fermat thing or something, and you have a descending degree polynomial and you don't put it in descending degree. Like, we all know, anybody who's ever done any amount of math would know that if you see something that's not in descending degree, that it was either lazy or they don't know. It's the equivalent of mispronouncing the name of a term in your industry, and we all do that, right? But it's embarrassing when you mispronounce it because, oh man, you've only read about that, you've never used it in the field, kind of thing, right? It's that kind of stuff. And it's like, you don't want to tip your hand if you don't have to. You don't, especially if you already got stigmas about you. It could be race, could be gender, could be your name, could be whatever, could be you're not from the country, right? Could be whatever it is that's already working against you, and then you make somebody pay extra attention to you. It's like, just probably not the best thing you want to do if it's a negative thing, and you're letting people be aware of it. They can make the decision they want after, but you got to point it out. And if you, like everything's reward and punishment. You have very few options in a classroom to be able to reinforce something that you think is of note that they should know.
We'll talk more about a religion, but since you're
now calling attention to yourself is an interesting concept, because some people would be like, well, of course you want to call attention to yourself, but you want for your work, not because
children, and she was also
you're late, or because you wear a silly hat, or because you're because you can't
To decimate children.
write your name legibly, or
Other people will register their discontent.
good ways to call attention to themselves.
Because you don't like.
no matter how you manifest your values.
Except we live in the there's no bad news. What's the
You better do it. Just realize theological
Right. Sup, Romero?
Yo, what's going on?
I was just listening to some bad Benjamin points earlier, talking about not sucking. Benjamin was showing me how to suck. He's like, this is how you do it. Grab it by the ears and let it go. Nah.
It's the opposite of sucking. You have to be the one who has your ears grabbed.
Damn. Really?
Yes.
think about it.
I don't know if that's a truism.
Well, how can you be the sucker if you're not having your ears grabbed? You're the suckee.
I can think of some ways.
Oh, I'd like to see. Just educational purposes only, of course. And
I'm sorry, Dawn. Did I disturb you? I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I forgot about you. The dog is choosing the high ground again. That's all she does. I took a picture yesterday of her choosing the high ground.
You missed Andy Scher. Romero missed Andy Scher.
Sure.
Are you here, Romero?
Yeah, what's up?
He's got an image in his images that shows this big, hairy, white wiener on his love sack.
I think the wiener part is the stretch. I mean,
well, a dog is
white
a
and
wiener.
hairy. My
A dog is a wiener, right?
Is a dog a wiener? It's not a wiener.
Yes.
That's for
I
sure.
don't think so. I don't think so.
No, like it would have to be like a what's that breed of dogs?
Yeah,
They're really long.
The little long ones, whatever they're called.
Yeah,
Dash
dash
hounds.
hounds.
Yeah.
With their little stubby legs.
More
He's
commonly
got a
known as a
really
hot dog dog.
he's got a really big looking dash hound.
I don't know about that, but okay.
I think the correct name is hot dog dog.
I mean, like that's a perfect example. That breed is a perfect example of everything that's wrong with eugenics.
They were bred for a purpose. They're a proud breed.
Speaking of eugenics, where did Benjamin go?
Oh, he might have felt embarrassed. Maybe can he feel embarrassed?
No.
That is hilarious. Benjamin would never be embarrassed. What would you have to be embarrassed about?
Yeah, like I wonder, like, does he ever feel shame? Can he feel shame?
I'm not sure. Let's bring up John. John has a lot of qualities that are similar to not John. I mean Aleister Crowley. He has a lot of Benjamin viewpoints. I don't know if Benjamin's ever heard them before, but it's like you guys share a little. It's like you guys get bagels in the morning and discuss these things. It's like a lot of. I was like, oh my gosh, it's Benjamin straight up. What's up, sir?
Yeah, in a room earlier, I think it was Romero who was saying, like, maybe it wasn't you, Romero, but somebody was saying that the problem is profits. That, you know, this quarterly
Maximizing profits.
Maximizing profits is
If
the
you're
problem.
gonna quote me correctly.
Okay, so maximizing profits, not necessarily trying to grow quarterly profits consistently.
Right.
You know, and it's like, so, but what does that mean? Like, what industries and what activities are being done to increase and maximize profit that you object to?
This is in line.
Give me a second. I'm eating sweetbread.
And again, this what Romero was talking about was in context to what, you know, let's talk about MAGA and let's talk about Donald Trump. And so Romero brought this up in that
I'll
context.
break it down for you. Just about every American evil, from colonialism, genocide, slavery, Jim Crow, the sort of the apartheid system of gender in America in the early 20th century, that still kind of is there. It's very much there. The polluting of the environment, the destruction of the environment, the polluting and destruction of people's health, all of those stem from maximizing profit, right? And it's if you spend like 5 minutes thinking about it, right, I think you'll get it. That all of those were motivated by making more money, more and more and more. So like when you go to McDonald's, you think you're eating a hamburger. I mean, you are in theory, but that meat is like as dead gets, right? They
Wait, Romero, before we go through the hamburger meat, Romero, hello?
It's so full of bacteria that they have to dunk it in a vat of ammonia, and when it comes out, it's this gray mass that they then spray paint brown and flavor. Right, like McDonald's is the antithesis of healthy eating, and that is the basic model of the United States: franchise, maximize profit, cut corners. What? How can you nickel and dime your customers? How can you give them something less healthy to make more profit?
Okay, so you started off by making a list of grievances. It was kind of a lengthy list, and I wouldn't be able to recite them back to you because, you know, most people can't even remember 3 variables, and you kind of said like maybe 5 or 6 things, and that was in the context of maximizing profits, and maximization of profits is responsible for Jim Crow. It's responsible for immigration rights. What was the whole list again, Romero?
So the genocide of the indigenous people, right, was to maximize the amount of land that they had to colonize. The genocide in the Americas in general was to maximize the amount of land and gold and all that and resources. So that's maximizing the amount of profit that you get out of that land. Slavery, quite literally, you steal people from one land and force them to work at another land for no pay, right? You treat them like cattle, you breed them like cattle. All of that is to maximize your profit. Like that's what the South was so pissed about, that all of a sudden they couldn't have to steal, right? So that would cut into their profits. And same with Jim Crow. Same with every sort of gross American problem goes back to this idea of maximizing profit. You may not see it that way, but like if you think about it, it's there. Oh.
So, in terms of maximizing profit, I mean, you clean your house, right? Like you go to the bank, you go to the gym, you go to the doctor. You are essentially, putting in all these variables into yourself and pointing them out and engaging with all these variables in reality. And so maximization of profit to me just seems like efficiency and productivity pushed to its limits within legal, moral, ethical bounds. And you're suggesting that this maximization of profit has transcended above what we would call normative ethics and morals and human behavior and resulted in these catastrophes.
My thesis is that capitalism is built on immoral behavior. It's built on slavery. It's built on the destruction of the environment. Because it's you have to have infinite growth, right? And that's not possible in a sort of limited system like the planet Earth. So capitalism at its core breeds all of the human evils in a lot of ways. And the destruction that we see in the world right now is in a lot of parts on behalf of like maximizing somebody's profit, whether it be the people that make all the war stuff, the oil companies, right? So like taxes, right? H&R Block exists. It's propped up by the government. It shouldn't exist. They could just send you a receipt. Be like, hey, this is how much you owe. Right? But they create an industry, a middleman, that you have to pay into. That's, if I was being snarky, I'd say that's DEI for corporations. So it's in terms of, there's only so much that you can, so many corners you can cut when it starts becoming harmful, right? Like the Pinto. Apparently, with the Pinto, the Ford Pinto, they figured out that it was just easier to pay out any people that died, right? And all the lawsuits it was better to pay the lawsuits than to change the design, to revamp the design. Right? That's maximization of profits. Right? So, and if you're going to say that there's a moral component to that, I would say clearly it's not. There's no moral component to the maximization of profit when it comes to design, to how business is done in the United States. So it's the reason why pay has flatlined from the 70s to now, but the people at top have gone from making 70% more than their lowest paid employee to like 300 to 700 times more than their lowest paid employee. Schools, right now they hire they hire people as contractors instead of employees, so they don't have to pay them health insurance. All these things maximize profit at the expense of the human experience, human health, and longevity, and product, and like in just living.
Got it. Okay, so well,
there you go. Have that.
Let me ask you this: like, if you were to have a 3D simulator like Sims or something, and you were to create the ultimate simulation, of equity and economy, how would you model that 3D simulator?
I would say that there has to be a certain level of profit that a company makes, and that they have to be happy with. Right? They don't have to make 5% more every year or whatever. Right? You don't get infinite growth. You provide a service, right? Or you provide a product, and you balance it between the needs of the many versus the needs of the few. Right now in America, the only people that matter are the few out top. It's the reason why the Epstein list hasn't been released, or all those, that's why nobody's been prosecuted from the Epstein list, right? Because there's a tiered system, and we are basically the livestock. They extract wealth from us, from our labor, from the things that we buy, and they hoard it like an old-fashioned dragon in some fucking fairy tale. So capitalism, when it's controlled, can be a very positive thing, but unbound, it ends up where we're at right now, right? And what kind of world would you rather live in? One where things are in balance with each other, where people are making enough money to live, people are getting health care, the economy is humming along at a certain pace, not this extraordinary pace, right? Where you get to make millions in bonuses because you cut jobs. So, at some point, and it's starting to show, right, that all of this is gonna crumble. And then we'll have to do some of these things. And it'll be reconstruction, and it'll be great. And then enough people will forget how shitty all this was, and they'll start this shit up again. So, yeah, maximizing profit is predominantly at the root of evil.
Okay, so I would give you evidence to suggest otherwise, and it's right below your nose. It's called Clubhouse. Clown House here is not a ruthless maximizer of profit. Their gold coin exchange system is worthless. The data that they sell to third-party brokers primarily gets bought by the federal government. That's the end-all user of all these stupid conversations.
You don't have any.
I do. I have proof of that and evidence. It's in a Wired article. I read it a couple of years ago. I'd be happy to Google that for you. And so I'm just saying that. Yeah, great. So what I'm saying is working on how not to suck. Join me in this pursuit. I do want to pursue that. I don't want to suck. And I got to tell you, as somebody who's run for office 2 times, going on a 3rd campaign, I want to represent the people. And I want them to accept me as their better leader than all the other choices. And I do think Donald Trump is and was a much better choice than Kamala Harris in terms of executive leadership, efficiency, common sense. A lot of people really, really hate hearing that. But I think Donald Trump.
What are the efficiencies that we gained under Donald Trump?
So let me finish my statement here before I answer your question, Romero. I'm reading Ayn Rand, The Virtue of Selfishness, and it deals with ethics. And so, one topic also, other than maximization of profits is immigrant communities, immigrant rights. And I thought today, I was like, I think our economy is actually being hurt by running out illegals, deporting them back out, because these are hardworking men that we need to basically build the country. Then I thought to myself, no, that's crazy. And I thought about what Israel and Palestine, does, and how they give work visas to come in and to build, and they make good money. And there is that like poverty exchange system between the primary currency and outside individuals. You could call that apartheid, but then I said, no. We need very strict laws, because the strictness of the law, it gives us a control. If we want more people to come in to do these projects, there's a lot of people out there that would gladly fly in from other countries to work these jobs. And so we can control our economy, but I would say if we were to discuss economic philosophy, it's the same principle of how do you run a business, and you have to run it at a profit. But Romero, your maximization of profit theory can only exist with the Federal Reserve as the backdrop, because whenever there's a fuck up, you can expand the currency supply and just and glaze it over. But at a casino, you can't do that. They have a cutoff limit with bets. And so that gives the casino that actual edge over the player. But because of our civilization, which a lot of people here think it's going to fail or there's going to be another bloody civil war. I'm actually very optimistic and not pessimistic about that. And so I don't know. Those are my thoughts and opinions.
So you're so steeped in colonialism in the system that you can't even see it, right? The only way we get cheaper labor from other countries is because we cap them at the knee. We deliberately keep them down, right? And you're right that we shouldn't be doing these mass deportations because it actually does hurt the economy. These are less consumers that the United States have to keep the machine going. And so again, I'm going to ask you, what are the efficiencies that we gained under Donald Trump?
No, I'm just saying if we were doing
I'm going to suck less today by leaving this room because I just can't stand this man John Kitover level other on. It's so complicated.
Thank you, Hero. Thank you. That's when I really love my experience here is when people say, you don't know John Kitover or I hate John Kitover. That's when I love my experience here. Thank you.
I know. You suck.
Well, I just want to answer Romero's question. Hello? Thank you very little. I'll put it in the complaint file. Let me go to the other office and get the complaint file real quick so I can put this note and timestamp on. Romero, I'm just saying.
You're not as serious.
Oh, okay. My mere existence is a stain on reality for you. I apologize, but I'm trying to respect you and not suck today. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, never mind. I won't answer your question. Just your question. I can't answer it. Apparently, you want me to answer it? Yes or no? Hello? Hello? I'm just saying from a job interview perspective, if I were to interview Kamala or Donald to come in to run a company, I would choose Donald 9 out of 10 times.
You see how he's not answering my question? He's pivoted.
No, that's how I'm answering your question from a job interview perspective. You just don't like my response. You don't like what I'm saying. And John...
I literally stopped talking so you had all the real estate to talk. But what are you doing? Pivoting.
It's not a pivot. And John, I want to bring up, you claim there's going to be a bloody civil war, John. That's your own sick imagination. I hate to break the bad news to you. We've already fought a civil war. There won't be some blood spilling that you think that you got to arm up for to fight these maggots. Hello?
Shut the fuck up for a moment and let me have to stop. Okay? Before you start mouthing off, start being an asshole.
John,
just
really
let
quick.
me say a few things.
Really quick, John, before you say anything. You know what he's doing.
Woo!
He's streaming this on YouTube.
We got him again! I get him again! We keep getting them! We keep getting them!
Worthwhile product.
Woo!
We know about it. We understand how that works. And the whole point is the only people that actually listen to these streams are us when we go in to, see.
Find out if I'm on his live stream!
I always explained it, but let's not go there. My only point was just to...
Sorry for existing, everybody. I do want to be better today, so I just want to say sorry for existing.
So now you're going to end up with the room that you want.
Listen, gentlemen, I would just point out that I don't use profanity, first of all, and John uses a lot of profanity. I don't use profanity, and I just got to say, I talked to my dad once, and he said, John, you're using an awful lot of profanity. I said, oh, you're right. I got to be more aware of that. And I don't think John is very aware of that. And if you're trying to make your case using profanity and talking about blood spilling and warfare against your fellow Americans, like, I don't do that. That's a John problem, not a John Kitover problem. Hello? That's a John Malencrop problem.
There's John. Oh, John keeps jumping in for a half second. He's like, wait, let me just see if the coast is clear. Maybe just scroll all of the better options that don't suck as much. That would be understandable.
Until people come here and what?
You lost your audience.
I jump from room to room. I'm trying to read a book here. I can't get anybody to read a book anymore. I was saying that I think I'm the last man alive who actually can read a book, and I can prove it to you. I go all around. Nobody's reading nothing. Everybody's just talking like birds in a tree. I haven't heard anybody say anything new in years. Hello? You know, I did buy some DVDs on mathematics, you know, professors' lectures, and it's a syllabus, and they go through all, you know, I haven't actually popped it in the TV yet to watch it, but I'm really interested in watching hours and hours of lectures on mathematics on these DVDs that are professionally organized and put together. I mean, I know I could go on YouTube and watch that stuff, but I'm curious to see how they put mathematics on a DVD for like movie viewer, you know, consumption.
I heard the last 25 seconds of that. I popped out of the app for a second. I probably appear to be in the room when I do it. Whatever my phone's issue is, I can't hear after like 5 or 10 seconds. I missed the beginning. What is the DVD math thing? Or did you say what it was called? Or
I got it in another room. Let me just go grab it.
that's the way it was for hundreds of years.
You know, it's like, so, but what does that mean? Like,
slavery
what is
existed, no doubt.
What industries,
I
what
mean,
activities
how does that connect to
are being done to
capitalism?
increase and maximize
It would
profit?
be the maximum. It would be the limit. It would be the end goal that you'd want to do if you wanted to take it to the threshold. And if capitalism's end goal is maximizing profit, it doesn't need to be slavery per se, but slavery is what we used, right? And then the next best thing would be indentured servitude, immigrants paid below the fray, right? And all these things follow. Robots that can replace humans, whatever you want to call the magic word. Is slavery just a hot button word for you, or does the concept not
No,
make
because
sense?
I think they're opposite. I think capitalism is the opposite of slavery. So I'm not sure how, you know, I think Romero is the one who made the claim when I came in here.
But I certainly follow the argument. I mean, slavery is not the opposite of capitalism. Slavery is just something that you do to people. But capitalism is a system that has a lot of moving parts. Ideally, it doesn't have slaves in it, right? But just I think he's trying to illustrate the point that if your goal is the stated goal of like every company in the United States to maximize shareholder wealth, it certainly would be a benefit to you to pay your employees as little as possible, right? To have the average employee making as little as possible. It seems to be what happens in a lot of oligopolies and so forth. You have CEOs making ridiculous amounts of pay, though, then you have the average worker making 300 times the difference and so forth. I just think that minimizing your employee pay, I don't agree that it makes the most sense, but it seems to be the goal of a lot of companies. At least they act that way.
You know, there was
that ratio getting
a private equity firm just recently sold a firm that manufactures garage doors, and they rewarded every employee with a check for like $125K. They didn't have to do that. They did that out of their own goodwill and the benefits that they got from that transaction. And a lot of it deals with the leader of the organization. Like, how much does that leader really need? You know, and how proprietary is the product or service that they're offering? There's so much that goes into this conversation. And the last thing I'll say is about the philosophy of the now, which is that it is a compression of the past and the future, not just the past. You know, that's maybe proprietary and ridiculous, but my point is it's 2026. and when people bring up genocide, apartheid, colonial settler domination of the indigenous, the enslaved, Jim Crow, etc., to me, that's history hypnosis. And they're really bringing us up to the now. But in the now, if you believe that's all there is and all there ever will be, none of that is happening right now. And to me, philosophically, that negates their history hypnosis. And therefore, we should focus on priorities instead of the history. I just don't see why people are so obsessive compulsive about the history hypnosis to justify, an anti-capitalist or anti-optimization situation. Because profit maximization is optimization. I've worked in digital marketing all these years. What do you think all these optimizers are doing? They're trying to optimize their ROI. So what is the problem with that?
Manufacturing to the countries with the lowest capital costs, right? Which usually is the metaphorical equivalent of slave labor, right?
Let me ask you this. So, Pro, in the history of the human race, we've gone through various types of economy. We started out, and correct me if I'm wrong or you want to dispute this, but we started out hunter-gatherer. We moved to agrarian. We then moved to feudalism. We then moved to mercantilism. And then we moved to market-based economies. Would you agree with that? Pro, would you agree with that, the evolution of...
Well, I'm getting ready to walk my dog here, but I'm listening if I don't answer right away.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, I think what happens is we get in the weeds about the minutia, about this CEO or that company or, this pay scale or something like that. But I think what Romero, at least, I'm not sure of your thoughts on this, but just that comment that capitalism is built on slavery just demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of market-based economies. So, I'll ask, what do you think was the catalyst?
Inside conservative circles was really high. People took them really serious. Like, politicians and stuff. So they were really, as much as Fuentes wants to think that everyone's charging him, no one's really concerned about Nick Fuentes because, he's just a Hispanic guy in Chicago who's, doesn't really like to go out, doesn't really like to get public people going. Like Charlie Kirk would go to all these college campuses, get thousands of kids out, talking. And I think that they realized that, if he could have created a movement, and even, and I know that he said he was never going to run for president, but he said he one time said if he ever felt like he needed to, he would. And it's like, well, seems like, I think that they really were like, we're going to groom this kid to be on ours, to be a Zionist. And then when he became not a Zionist, they're like, well, we got to get rid of this guy because he has way too much influence. So that's what I think about Charlie Kirk. I think that he was psyoped and he was honeypotted and he, I don't think he, then he was a Zionist because he, was honeypotted by his wife, who was a CIA, Mossad, weird woman who, but I think that because he probably met her, was like, hey, I believe in a traditional woman. I want you to be with our kids. I don't want you to be working. And she took that. She took that serious, and she was like, okay, I'm gonna do whatever you say, because she was required to do so. And look at it. Look at the second that he dies, what she changes her whole persona. Her persona becomes a boss lady. Doesn't become. That's right. So it's almost like, yeah, she's playing an act.
Just giving the OnlyFans ideology.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Letter Jesus shit, fucking a very, as in a single woman hugging a man that really wants the man, full body lockdown as a fucking stand up Brazilian jiu-jitsu with JD Vance. And then she's being embraced as if she like saved the nation, or she's like a freaking second coming of Michael Jackson or something. It's like with all the fucking fireworks, like what the fuck? It's like it's almost like a humiliation ritual.
You gotta take the OnlyFans out of her. What can I say?
That's right.
So yeah, I mean, so yeah, I think all these things, like, you know, and I said this guys earlier, Rabbi Levick, Coco. I said that I think that aliens, Iran, COVID 2.0, all of these things, like, there are now Iran. I don't think is a full distraction. I think actually Iran takes place because of Epstein. Like, I think that the reason why the United States is involved with Iran is because, you know, Epstein is a blackmail technique that's used against our politicians to continue to do Israel's bidding. But I think that aliens, COVID, all this stuff is a distraction because these are pedophiles who ate babies, and they want us to forget that they're pedophiles who ate babies in a just world, a world that is a God-fearing world. These people would have been killed, would have been hung in the street for their crimes against humanity. We did worse to the Nazis during the Nuremberg trials, and they never ate babies. They never ate them. Like, you got to think about this. We treated the women who were married to SS soldiers, to SS officers, worse. We shaved their heads. We stripped them naked in the street of Berlin. We allowed soldiers from the Russian and the Allied forces to rape them. We killed them, millions of them, through starvation, post-World War II. We've treated people who were just married to individuals that we believe committed horrendous crimes worse than we've even treated individuals who've committed the crimes themselves. We treated the loved ones of those individuals worse than we're treating the ones that committed. Like, I truly think these are all signs for us to forget that these people ate babies. They kidnapped your babies, had sex with your babies, and then ate them.
You know about this Mexican model that once came out of a room screaming about...
Yes, a hospital, yes.
Say that again?
Yeah, she was coming out of a hospital. It was right after an award show. And they sent her in the hospital because at the award, I remember this whole story, at the award show, it's a Mexican TV award show, it was a TV actress and singer. And she went to the hospital because they said they had a mental breakdown at the award show, yelling about babies and stuff. And then she comes out of the hospital.
Gabriela Rico Jimenez.
Yes.
Rico.
Yes, Rico. And she comes out of the hospital, guys, and she's yelling. She's like, they're eating babies. I went to a party. They ate a real person. They ate him in front of me. I don't know what to do about it. She's freaking out. And you watch as nurses take her back into the hospital to never be seen again.
You don't know about this, Rico?
You didn't know about this, Rico?
No, I've seen been talking about Rico. I've seen the video. That's right.
But did they kill her? Is she alive?
We don't know. We don't know.
Fucking sad, man.
Let me share the link for you, then you can be like, what the fuck is he talking
No, if
about?
I seen that myself, I just never followed up if she was alive or not. I didn't think about it.
No, she's not.
So if you're a skilled engineer, then that took you some amount of time to become educated, to practice your craft, to do enough repetitions.
Oh, 100%. Like, this is not like,
Keegan, I love how at the end of that you said, never to be seen again. Very dramatic ending there, Keegan. Wonderful. Thank you. I saw that video, and how do you know that she's not just like mentally ill and schizophrenic and crazy? And
when you say mentally ill, you're like referring to yourself, like that level, or like is below above?
I don't know. You tell me, how does projection work, Ludwig?
How does projection work?
Yeah.
on as well, which is fine that he's here to record. But
You said you wanted to direct.
You notice that he will come on stage and he'll just disrupt. He won't engage with the topic. He's here to disrupt.
We know that.
It is a very interesting.
It's more fun when you entertain it. When he thinks, "I got you." When
I believe that, like, if I ever was convinced that there was paid agents to be on this app, John Kitover is a paid agent to be on this app. If there were any.
Brandon were talking about that we said the same thing for him as well. There's another one I'm not going to mention because he's recording, but there's one other person, and I'm around a lot, and I think he's an agent.
He has one chromosome and 2 brain cells. You expect some sort of.
Maybe he has an extra chromosome. Wouldn't that make him Down? Isn't Down syndrome an extra chromosome?
I'm not sure.
Which, what's another thing is really interesting is we used to, abortion used to be very, it used to not be legal. Used to, even if it was legal, it wasn't widespread. We never saw a lot of Down syndrome children. We're seeing an uptick. Down syndrome, like children being born. We're seeing an uptick on Down syndrome children being born in the United States. And again, if anyone wants to know, you can find out if your child will have Down syndrome at around, like, I think it's like 14 weeks or 12 weeks maybe. I forget what week we found where they do a Down syndrome test and they find out whether or not your baby will have an extra chromosome or I think it's
equilibrium for the average worker. The CEO has more talents, has done a lot more things that are worth more money, and has to show different sort of proficiencies than someone down below, and they both make a market salary. The market salary for CEOs happens to be a lot higher than the market salary for somebody sweeping the floors in a McDonald's. This is what it is. There's a law of supply and there's a law of demand. There isn't a law of supply and demand, as everyone gets it wrong. Those two will come together and it will say, well, okay, if there's not enough CEOs, well then the salary for CEOs will go up until there's enough CEOs. And then if you're a company and you're not paying your CEO a market wage, well, he's just going to jump ship to some other company. So I would say that the same rule applies. Capitalism works at the top as it will work at the bottom. The fact that they make 35x or 80x or whatever the difference is just the difference in what the market is rewarding for the top versus what the market is rewarding at the bottom.
I would add to that, the reason the disparity has grown exponentially in the past, 10, 20 years is because of globalism. In the past, and most companies were local, or maybe at most national. But now, with logistics, supply chains, the internet, the global reach and global access to overseas markets has just exploded. So now, a company that used to be just dealing with, local customers within an hour's drive or so, and now reach millions, hundreds of millions of customers around the world. So the global reach has increased. The global reach has increased, the competition. So the number of CEOs who are capable of operating at a global level is extremely fierce and extremely rare. So if I'm a company, if I'm on a board and I want to find, an Elon Musk or a Jeff Bezos or some rarefied person capable of operating at that level and creating a profit on a global level, then I'm going to pay that person top dollar because the alternative is my competitor. And now, we are outperformed and we may go one day.
Any Illinois juvenile detention. The best example of what you're talking about, in New York City a few weeks ago, the city council a while ago put into place that restaurant service workers would have to make X dollars, and X was greater than the prevailing wage rate. The thinking was, well, a similar thing happened in California, where restaurants are closed. We're like, well, that's just not enough. So I can't remember what X was. I think it was $20 versus say $15 or $16. Well, guess what? Some restaurants are doing now. They have a screen where you walk up and you place your order. A person in the Philippines is taking your order, pushing a couple keystrokes. It's going to a back office system in the other side of the restaurant. They just now eliminated that position of the person taking the order. Why? Because they artificially increased the cost, above which companies have said, we can't afford to do that. There's a cheaper solution. So when you artificially increase the cost of labor through government intervention, things like this happen. You end up messing with the law of supply and the law of demand. And, they're very sweet when they're left along their own. They fall apart when you put these artificial constraints on it. So now you can order your production.
It's been fun. I am getting my production bag together. Yeah, that's what you guys are. I'm just getting my bag together to go out the house. Sorry, we're up downstairs, running late to get my stuff. But yeah, these are gonna be a fun group to talk. I just think whenever you're reducing all these complex social political phenomena into like this one market force idea, like you got it all covered and just call it globalization, it feels like a little too clean to me. Like, you got nothing to see here, just keep it moving. That's just how it works. It's all just naturalization. You're treating the outcome like hi puppy. Like the weather. I just walk my dog. It's like globalization happens, the CEO pay just naturally rises up to just what we gotta do. But the pay systems that we have, they're designed by people, boards, laws, taxes, the incentives, the stupid things that we vote for all the time without thinking, right? Stock markets, whatever the power structures are. I mean, you're right about some of the stuff. I'm not saying you're not right about some of the stuff. I mean, globalization clearly is part of this equation. I'm not naive enough to think that isn't it. But
Pro, I'd like to respond to what you're saying.
Hold on. I gotta run real quick. You guys can have almost all the time. This pay disparity I'm talking about, by the way, it's not 35 times. Sometimes it's 100 times.
Yeah,
whatever. It's not because CEOs became like freaking more useful. It jacked up through the roof because they're better positioned to capture more of the surplus, and that's what's always happening here because they have the economic leverage to do it. I'm sure you've read the Economic Policy Institute reports that came back out just a couple of years ago. Most people that talk at economics like this level, by the way, I was an economics undergrad before I went on to get a doctorate in mathematics. We went to graduate school, and did education, that kind of shit, right? So I'm pretty decently versed in this kind of stuff too. CEOs were paid, it was almost 300 times. I forget the nickel and dime answers in the high 200s, but pretty damn much 300 times as much as typical workers. And the CEO compensation goes way faster. It's it's like exponential, bro. Like it's not literally, but pretty damn close. And I think if you're gonna be fair about the stuff and you want to ask a fair question, it's something along the lines of, did the globalization stuff we're talking about make the CEOs a little bit more important? And I think the answer is yeah, right? Did it make them 290 times more the worker important? That's pretty much of a leap, bro. That's where this stuff starts to, the math isn't mathing. You pretend the math's mathing. You pretend the math's mathing, but the math isn't mathing in that way. You don't just go, oh well. If you just go, oh well, then the system is the problem. The system is the problem. The attitude is kind of like, it's just how it is. There's nothing.
No, I'm just saying there are some simple market forces at play that,
Did workers become global though? Did those?
In a way, yes. They have to compete globally. Yeah, they have, unfortunately. I lost my job at one point to global outsourcing. Yeah, it did.
I was going to say a lot of this can be blamed on McKinsey. They're the consulting firm. McKinsey deliberately worked, I forget how many years ago, 20, 25 years ago, in their consulting interactions or dealings targeted CEO pay as the way for companies to stand out. So if everybody has access to the same technology, if everybody has access to the same logistics, everybody has access to the same financial structure, and all things being equal, the key pivotal piece is the CEO. You know, the Steve Jobs, the Jeff Bezos, the people who stand out and above the others. So, I was just saying, a lot of this can be targeted on McKinsey. There was a consulting group, or is a consulting group, McKinsey, that about 20, 25 years ago started consulting with these larger companies, saying that, hey, if everybody operates under the same financial system, everybody operates under the same legal system and the logistics system and the technology system, right? Then the key pivot point, or the key point of leverage, is the CEO. That's the visionary pivot point that's going to elevate one company and accelerate their rise above the others. And so if that's the case, then you should pay him or her, you know, a price that keeps them with your company, and, you know, leverages that.
I work for a competitor. There's actually an outgrowth of them called A.T. Kearney, which spun off from McKinsey in 1936.
Is that accurate, what I said? Is it consistent with your...
Yeah, it was a focus. It wasn't the entire focus of what they were doing with, you know, when they were speaking to boards, and there were a lot of other initiatives. I wouldn't say that was the majority, and I think it would take a detailed analysis to say, was this one initiative the reason why there was a huge growth, as Pro was saying, and CEO salary? A, I don't think we have the data, and B, the complexity of it is just far too great to ascribe it to one variable. Yeah, they did do that kind of consulting, but at the end of the day, boards will do what's in the best interest of their company, and if they feel that they are overpaying, you will see downward pressure on that. You know, boards answer to shareholders, and if these CEOs are compressing profits, well, that's a problem. And you know, just the ebbs and flow of how these things work together are very intricate, and it's I don't think enough to say, well, it's because of X.
Pro, can I just say, I put in the chat, you know, to me, your awareness about the situation is the law, meaning that, you know, your understanding of math and economics, what I'm trying to say is that the law actually gives us this equilibrium, and it's fucked up that money is what controls the politics and thus the business and the boardroom, everything. It's like, money has this intelligence or weight, and, you know, the complaint could be that billionaire is unethical, immoral, unsavourable, you know, obnoxious and horrible. And as you just heard, you know, from my critics on this app, you know, my mere existence is detestable to people. And it's really just because I record, probably. Maybe they don't have anything against me personally. They probably think I'm reprehensible because of my opinions. But when I hear people essentially doing hypnosis about past grievances that I have never been a part of, and neither have you nor the person telling me about the grievance, to me, it's like, I think maybe I'm more aware of like how to be happier or joyful or move on the face of the earth, and it's still just my opinion. Hello? We have CM and Sam. Welcome back. CM got upset with me yesterday. He had an emotional hissy fit, you know, kind of like what I would describe like having a child, you know, in your presence who has a temper tantrum. You know, he's screaming, "Kick this MFer from the room, kick this mother effer." And, you know, Sam left. I'm sure nobody wants to hear me. See, people want to be the star of their own show. Sam is that star. And, you know, there are people who organize, and I would call them leaders. You know, even if I don't agree with other opinions, if you organize a room and create a title and have a house, well, you know, that's like being a gym class leader. Or, anyways, I don't know if Pro can hear me, but I got those DVDs. I just put them down by my DVD player, and really incredible DVDs like Fundamentals of Mathematics, and then it has all these lectures by professors. One of them was from University of Texas, and he's talking about basically applied mathematics and all these different situations where they used math to, probably determine the greatest outcome. And so that's my complaint about these maximalization profit ethicists who claim that that's the problem. Well, in a free society, when people try to optimize the situation, if they can legally and morally and ethically do it, guess what human behavior generally does? They do it. And, the craziest thing to me and the saddest thing to me is if you go to a casino, I consider it like a temple. People go there to basically have some type of faith experience. They don't understand the law of large math or basically basic statistics. And they're just, I cannot understand people's experience at a casino. I know they want the dopamine, but this, I don't know if you know Abby, the lawyer on here. I tell her, I'm like, you must hate Clubhouse because people have the casino dopamine experience, but they don't have to pay for it. And to me, that's, a fun experience and a fun revelation that the casino really is for suckers. I personally think the stock market in many ways is basically a casino for suckers, because I have done lots of experiments in the market. And if you get into day trading, it rapidly becomes like a dopamine experience. And you think you can outsmart the dopamine experience by day trading. But the problem is your whole life just becomes reading financial news and news gossip, financial gossip and press. It's like, it's its own thing. It's its own marketplace. But when it comes to the title of this room, working on how not to suck, join me in this pursuit. To me, no one's ever really sucked. There's just been like disagreeable people that you find annoying. But then basically, I think if you love yourself and you want the best for yourself, ultimately you treat everybody, even the disagreeable, horrible people, with respect, because anytime you give disrespect, it just comes back to you, So people try to fuck with you, but if you have a good disposition, character, personality, you can, overcome any objections in a way, because it basically comes down to, are you making sense? Is it logical? Are you persuasive and informative? And it's, basic public speaking. But when people crash out on me, they don't understand. I've told this to Pro that, I think I'm playing like the role of the fool in a king's court. And the fool goes around and trolls all the noblemen, all the noble ladies, all the inferior people in this type of caste kingdom system. And to me, people accuse me of being performative, but this is actually me. Everything I think and say is who I am. And that's what worries me about other people, is that what they're saying is in a way like who they are. And they're not really saying anything. They're complaining. And not only are they complaining, they're repeating leftist, woke, hypnosis history in order to essentially virtue signal and justify their position. But the thing is, if there's no applied action to what they're doing on this app, I think it's a big waste of time. And I do apply what I'm doing by actually running in politics and putting my face out there publicly, because, being a private person helps you with employment. But if I have to go and have a hiring manager, look me up on the internet, there's like an 80 to 99% chance that they'll say no just based on the content. But they'll never actually listen to the content or actually try to experience, because a lot of these recordings that I do are 2 to 3 to 4 to 20. There's so much content. So it's like, how could you value judge me with a sample? And I think that's one of the problems with this app, is the samples are of such low quality and such small content of, terabytes, gigabytes, megabytes. It's a very slow information transfer thing. So the big takeaway from Clubhouse is the emotional response experience. That's really what Stoic philosophy and Taoism and all these therapeutic healing types of philosophical, religious, esoteric studies are dealing with is the emotional state. And I think the Bible is actually a book mostly about emotional intelligence, not intellectual intelligence, but emotional intelligence. I rest my case. I'm working on how not to suck. Join me in this pursuit.
Give me 1 second, guys.
That was comprehensive, John. What's up, CM?
What's up?
And I'm trying to pick up my son. Actually, I gotta go see my son's music recital, and then I gotta take him to basketball then. So it's like being a parent, bro. Never stops.
You know, I was a high school photographer. I have no kids, but I like to make films. I mean, I would love to have kids and film, their joy and publish that. But part of me is that could take away from that person's experience, but maybe not. I mean, how do you feel about children essentially documenting their lives at a young age with the belief that they're going to do it their whole life or something?
He doesn't like it, but I've saved all his stuff for him, and he has it in a file, so he does like reviewing the stuff, but we don't publicly put him out there like that. Every once in a great while there'd be a little something, but for the most part he's pretty much off the grid, for the most part, as much as you can be in 7th grade.
Yeah, I worked at Google YouTube, and our client was SC Johnson, who makes Ziploc. I was an account manager, and they were very concerned about their ad placement on controversial, potentially right-wing or controversial content that appears on YouTube. So they wanted a full audit of where all their advertisements were being displayed. And I'm going through all these YouTube accounts that I have never seen or heard of, but they're huge accounts, 10 million, 60 million, followers, and they're making huge amounts of money filming their life as a family in a mansion and going out and doing things. And they create all these videos, and it's some of it is risque even, where the mom is walking in the living room on her knees and her big fat ass is up in the air. And the next thing you know, you see a Ziploc advertisement.
It exploded back maybe 10 years ago. Ryan's Toy World is a good example of one. I'm gonna lose you in a second, and I'll be able to hear you guys in a while, but it'll be spotty. But yeah, if you look up Ryan's World, he launched his own toy line, I think when he was 9 years old in Walmart, and his mom and dad are in all the videos, and his sisters are now doing it. They're younger than him, and he's Disney World. I know Red Bar now.
Yeah, we got Scott in the audience. Scott had a room today called Let's Talk About MAGA. I recorded the whole thing in multiple recording studios. And I want to mention something about that room. Scott, welcome. But, YouTube, I record mostly on YouTube. And to me, YouTube, Google's where the money's at, because that's where all the advertisers are. And other people say, oh, you should do Twitch and Kick, and I do TikTok, but I can't live stream on Instagram anymore. And Scott says he's a fan of mine. And Scott, I heard you say a lot of things today, I've always been a hardcore leftist, or I was an extreme hardcore leftist, but not so much anymore. I mean, Scott, how do you view bad ideas from people on this app? What are the priorities? Is it not about priorities? What's it all about? Hello?
Yeah, so I think on some level we have to have a sense of what the collective project is. I don't know that we've got that. I don't know that we've I like Pro a lot, I like you a lot. I mean, But I don't know that we've got a collective we anymore. And so, I go to the critical thinking forum, which I'm going to do in about 2 minutes. Because largely, I think that to me is a collective we for me. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the collective project is. I know that we're running out of money as a country. Some people think that's the problem. Some people don't. I mean, I think it's.
How do you run out of money, Scott, when you're at $40 trillion in debt? What AI says is that you lose core services when more of your tax revenue goes towards interest payments.
Right, yeah. I mean, we're at that point, right? But I think, but no one runs on that, right? I mean, so there's largely, there's two different answers to this, right? I mean, the Republican answer is just tax cuts and we'll cut spending, but we don't really cut spending. The Democratic answer is, we'll expand government services and that's going to increase tax revenue, and so we'll get, which it does. I mean, there's some truth to that. It does, but we're done. I mean, this is $40 trillion. I mean, this is not. Nobody's been in this debt in world history. No one. And that's what we will ask the critical.
Yeah, but Scott, it's not a question of no one. It's really a question of it's a miracle that America is still alive and not impacted from 25 years of intense warfare overseas. We have a kingdom here which has not crumbled in the slightest. We have a cultural, social problem of really attention. We can't get people's attention to read a book. I think, Scott, I'm the last man who's ever read a book for today, at least, At least today I read a book for 3 minutes. That's more than 99.9999999% of the whole human.
Yeah, I was reading books every day. I went through a breakup about a month ago, and I was reading books every day.
One thing I've noticed about Clubhouse is you have as well, I'm sure,
Nietzsche,
that's difficult with the way
Why
the
aren't you
technology
modded,
is set up here.
John?
It's not like
They don't mind you here?
I don't know.
I'm not going to mod you, but.
No.
Pro, do you not mod John?
No. I'm considered a potential problem to some people. But my point is that as soon as you mod somebody, the algorithm rewards you and moves you higher up in the news feed. So if you were actually interested in audience and networking, you would just mod everybody. And then if somebody is a problem, then you just kick them to the goo, And if it's a house, they can't boom it. If it's a public room, they can boom it. So people use me for content and I use them for content. And people who complain about me, I complain about them. I try to live a balanced lifestyle. And I feel that, my position is of great equanimity and balance and harmony and joy and strength and positivity and love and great aesthetic and intelligence. And that's why I'm actually very optimistic about the future, because I realize that the great mass of human population is completely just living in a somnambulance, just sleepwalking, completely unaware of their ignorance, their own femininity, and weakness, and, basically bad opinions, and, they don't see beauty, they only see ugliness, or they can't actually create anything beautiful, or have any fun or joy or experience magnificence and great thrills. I mean, I think we're living with a very depressed population personally. If you go to see psychiatrists, many of them don't even smile. They're just very upset themselves. So, what's the secret sauce for happiness? What's the magic recipe for success, abundance, strength, health, power? Hello?
Day to $4.56 a gallon, up more than $1.50 since the conflict erupted in late February. That's according to the AAA, which on a daily basis monitors the average
Yeah, I mean,
cost
I don't know. I
of
was just doing my
across the
thing, and
country.
you were getting all
The cost
upset.
of diesel, which is extremely significant because, of course, the trucking industry runs on diesel, jumped to $5.67.
I was talking about the benefits of
Now that's compared to $3.54 a year ago. So it's threatening to drive up the price of countless goods delivered by truck and rail.
Well, just go ahead. Tell me right now what you were thinking then. Can you do it?
The president said this week that the United States is making great progress in its negotiations with Iran.
I said, can you tell me what you were thinking then, right now?
Pronouncements, but economists and energy experts predict that fuel costs are likely to be elevated for months to come. Happens with regard to the negotiations, because as the oil experts have said, and I have repeated this often because it's so descriptive, in times of duress such as this, oil prices shoot up like a rocket, but they fall like a feather. Boy, I think that's very descriptive, isn't it? So, there's a great story in the LA Times, which says that the gas prices are widening the wealth gap between wealthy and poor Americans. This is extremely significant. Here's what the LA Times story says. Lower-income Americans sharply reduced their gas consumption in the months following the start of the Iran war. Yet spiking prices still force them to spend more at the pump, worsening the economy's economic disparity. Higher-income households, meanwhile, did increase their spending on gas, but barely increased their consumption because they could afford it. And this is according to a report from the Federal Reserve of New York. And middle-income households fell in between these two disparities. According to the Federal Reserve of New York, the gaps between how each group reacted were larger than in 2022 when a similar gas price shock occurred after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Higher-income households cut back more on their gas consumption 4 years ago than in March, while poor households likely benefited more from government stimulus programs in 2022, which we don't have this time. And by the way, according to the Federal Reserve report, wealthier households have seen significant increases in the value of their stock and real estate holdings since the start of the war. So while you and I are suffering, and those who are lower in the economic strata more so than those of us who are middle income, the wealthy people just continue to get wealthier. This doesn't affect them. They're Teflon when it comes to the war. And so the gap widens. This is extremely important. Why? Because we see what happens in nations when you don't have a strong middle class and there's a wide disparity between the very rich and the very poor and very little in between. And we, of course, if we are in any bit empathetic to the plight of people who are struggling economically, we certainly don't want to see them struggle more today than they did yesterday, but even worse tomorrow. So I want to get back to the economy and the U.S. debt in a moment. Even though the problems with the U.S. debt are not solely by any related to what's going on with the crisis, but it just adds to the stress on the economy. And I don't want to ignore that. So I'm going to expand the conversation to that in a minute. But before I do, I want to talk about airline prices. So this is from The Guardian. 2 million airline seats have been cut from this month's schedules as airlines redraw their operations because of soaring jet fuel prices due to the Middle East conflict. About 13,000 fewer flights will operate in May around the world after recent cancellations. That's according to data from the aviation analytics company Cirium. C-I-R-I-U-M, Cirium, in case you're interested in looking it up. Now, to put it in context, it is true that figure, while it sounds pretty large, and I think it is pretty large, represents less than 2% of global aviation capacity. But it comes as there are fears in the industry that the long-term supply of jet fuel, according to the Guardian, could cause further summer cancellations. And there are consolidations of routes going on right now in anticipation of this. And we're just getting into, hopefully, the summer travel season. So I mentioned the depth. There's a story in the New York Times today that I could not ignore as we talk about fuel prices. And again, in fairness, obviously this is a long-term problem, but it speaks to how our policymakers have blinders on. So here's the story in today's New York Times. The top of the story reads, the U.S. government learned last week that it may have reached an unfortunate milestone. The size of its debt surpassed the nation's total economic output. It was a striking imbalance, according to early estimates, one that the country has experienced only in rare circumstances, briefly during the pandemic and in the aftermath of World War II. But, the New York Times reports, the development barely seemed to register in the nation's capital, where few policymakers bothered to acknowledge the latest warning sign about the government's poor fiscal health. The root of the problem is well documented and widely known. U.S. debt has soared in recent years because of a mismatch between federal spending and tax revenue, one complicated by a rapidly aging population, which has driven up cost to cost of the government. By the way, this was something that the president promised to address, both in his first term and in the current term. And we are easily fooled by the politicians who point fingers one at each other's parties over this issue. Given the fact that both parties spend like drunken sailors, there is zero concerted effort that I can see on the Hill or in the executive branch to address this government spending issue, which my entire lifetime, at least since I have been old enough to be aware, has been a problem which never really gets addressed. Even with Doge, it didn't get addressed. And in fact, I think with the Doge cuts, in the aggregate, the cost of shutting down and then the cost of shutting down and restarting different programs that they surely knew would be forced by the courts to reopen, in the aggregate, from what I remember, some of the reporting, and I don't have this right in front of me, was more costly than if they'd done nothing at all. So, I don't know. I'm not an economist. I don't know whether this results in, all of this results in inflation, or a repression, or a depression, or whether we just tighten up our belts and adjust our lives and say this is our new reality, at least for the moment. I don't know. I'll tell you that I
drive a conversion van, which I love, and I'm not going to give up driving my van because I camp out in my van, and it is my daily drive because I'm living alone. I don't need two vehicles, and I don't get but 17 miles to the gallon. And I don't do that much driving other than, to and from the train station, which isn't a long drive, except, of course, when I take the van out for my expeditions. But I feel, okay, I spend for this, that's fine. It's my vacation, and I want to spend the money that I saved up to go and explore. And so I don't worry too much about it then. But now on a daily basis, sometimes it may be more convenient for me to drive most of the way to work rather than take the train. And it's like, well, why would I do that? Right now, between the tolls and the parking and the increased gas prices, I've adjusted a little bit. And I bet you've adjusted a little bit too. So I want to hear what you all have to say about that. Folks in the audience, raise your hand. I know some people put their hands up and then put them down because I call you up one at a time now. So don't get frustrated. I will get to y'all. So today, we'll start our discussion in the order in which I see folks, which begins with Marshall, followed by Scott.
I can't talk too much about gas prices, but that's a GDP ratio. Means the borrowing of the federal government is harder, which means borrowing is like the person is harder. It also means that we're not going to be able to spend as much. That we will be forced to cut down entitlements. That's the government policy. Social Security, Medicare, disability, SSID, along with Social Security, there's one other benefits. Those are the largest growing portions of U.S. spending aside from service to the debt. And so we will be forced to make austerity cuts within my lifetime. What I really get out of all of this is, and I don't mean this in an offensive fashion, I mean in kind of a playful fashion, but truthful fashion. Your generation and the next generation screwed my generation 10 ways from Sunday by not being able to control how much we spend. As somebody who's 35 in the morning, it's a little hard.
Oh, no question. Your assessment is accurate because these politicians, they want to kick the can down the road and get through their tenure without having to address these problems. It'll be the next Congress and the next Congress or the next administration and the next administration's problem. Sooner or later, the chickens come home to roost, as the saying goes. Did I get that right? I'm not so sure. But at any rate, you're absolutely right. And I don't understand.
Just like my generation, the kind of services your generation and generation else had access to.
The problem is everybody has their vested interest.
Yeah, right.
When it comes, yes, everybody has their vested interest when it comes to programs they don't want cut. What's that? Marshall, we're losing you again.
Marshall, I'm helping prepare for an event for the Congresswoman, so I gotta get something.
All right. Yeah, you're breaking up. You're in and out, in and out, in and out. So, but anyway, the point is, Marshall is exactly right. Nobody wants their program cut. By the way, to that point, the board that the president appointed to oversee FEMA today recommended cutting the FEMA budget in half. In half. Now, maybe that's necessary based on our discussion today, but when they talk about cutting FEMA, a lot of people look at, well, we've been having serious weather events lately. We're going through a cycle, whatever the reason. I'm not going to get into the argument of the cause, whether it's a natural cycle or whether it's a man-made type of a situation. I don't know. That's not today's discussion. But we know that the need for emergency management assistance from the U.S. government is greater now than ever. Just last night or this morning, both overnight, more than 500 homes were significantly damaged in Mississippi by a rash of tornadoes. I don't know, maybe we could say it's not the federal government's responsibility to address these issues when whole communities get wiped out by floods and tornadoes and hurricanes. It's your fault for not having insurance and in terms of immediate recovery efforts. Well, the church groups can come in and take care of that. We don't need FEMA. Some people might argue that. But I suspect that a lot of people hear this news with a degree of disdain. So where do we make the cuts in order to address the debt situation? But the more immediate problem, of course, is the cost of fuel and how it drives up costs and how we have to adjust our lives, our consumption. By the way, I saw a story also the other day. Again, I don't have this one in front of me, but I'm just recalling it now as I speak, about restaurants having to lay off staff and restaurants that are actually closing. They can't afford to operate in the manner in which they operated before because people aren't going to the restaurants in the manner they did before this war because they don't have the discretionary income for a night out, give mom the day off, she doesn't have to cook. Or date night, even. I don't know. But that's what the story said. And I gotta believe that it's accurate because it just makes sense that it would be. Thank you, Michael. We'll go to Scott, followed by Steve. Good time to put your hand up, folks. Scott.
Yeah, I think it's not. I'm with Marshall on this to some point. I think so. Part of it is the fuel prices, right? Part of it is the cost of entitlements. Part of it is the inflation. I think the tipping point is there's just too many pressure points, right? I think that largely most people are feeling squeezed, and you know, if you're like me, I live in Philadelphia. I don't drive. I mean, I just take public transportation most places. But most people, even if you don't have a car, you just feel the squeeze. You go into a convenience store and you see what a burrito costs or what Doritos cost, and yeah, you're being squeezed. And I think that's the problem. Is that the squeeze? It's feeling the pinchers from all directions. And so I think that's the problem, Gary. And I don't know how we get out of it. I mean, I don't know. I think fuel costs are an issue. The debt is an issue. I mean, I think one of the things that Biden did, which I think wasn't necessarily the worst move in the world, but Biden was looking down the nose of a recession, and he didn't want it on his watch. And so he pumped $1 trillion into the economy, which, you know, maybe it was the healthier move. I don't know, but what does that do? I mean, you put a lot more money in the economy chasing the same amount of goods. It raises prices. I mean, I think people are feeling squeezed. And I don't know how you get out of the feeling of the squeeze, but I mean, I think that's the issue. And I don't know that collectively we have a kind of collective sensibility to get out of the situation. I think mostly the politicians we're electing are largely that's their job. They want to get elected and reelected. And so I don't know. I think we're in big trouble.
Well, you say you taking public transportation. Transportation costs are rising too. I just noted that the PATH train, which links New Jersey with New York City, the Port Authority, the PATH train, it's going up in price. Everything's going up in price. And obviously, if the gasoline and diesel prices are rising, the cost of goods are going up. I did my grocery shopping this morning on the way home from work, and there were things that I had intended to purchase. And I looked at the cost, and I said, you got to be kidding me. And there were things that I was going to put in my basket that I decided not to, just out of the principle of, I'm not going to spend that much money for that item. And there's another thing that I noticed today, and it's not like they're bare shelves or anything like that, but I wanted to buy a certain product, and none could be found in the store. So I don't know. And also, here's something I noticed this time and the last time. I buy bottled water. I buy spring water because I like using spring water in my cooking and my preparing my beverages and so forth. I don't like the type of water that happens to come out of the tap here where I live. It's a little too harsh. So, I'll buy a gallon of water. Usually, it used to be for 80 or 90 cents a gallon. It's now $1.50 a gallon. But I'll do that. Even when it comes to that, I noticed last time I go every couple weeks and stock up. So 2 weeks ago, and then again this morning, there were like empty shelves. I mean, they weren't out of spring water, but there was a shortage of spring water. And no locks. I had the taste. I wanted, this morning after I got off the train, I wanted to come home and I wanted bagels and cream cheese and locks, which I know is very expensive now, but I was just in the mood to treat myself. No locks in the store. Sorry, guys, we don't have them in stock today. So it's starting to affect things. And when it affects my palate negatively, that's not a good thing. Puts Gary in a bad mood. You ever get that? When you put it in your mind, this is what I crave today, and you go on a search, and then you can't find it. Puts you in a bad mood.
Yeah, no. Look, I think that's going to be a lot of the country. I mean, I think. Again, I don't drive because I live in the city, but I think a lot of most Americans do. And I think you're hitting the nail on the head. I think most Americans, because we're in a car culture, we're not as sort of, and even with public transit and all that stuff, but I mean, that's a more shared, distributed effect. But that's not our culture. We're a car culture. And I think most Americans are going to be angry every day pulling up to the pump and just resenting the fact that they have to pay this much every day. And say, look, it's not good. I don't know that it will be a tipping point, though, because I think, I don't know. I mean, what is the tipping point there? I mean, is it going to throw us into chaos? I don't think so. I think largely we'll stay in a sort of inflationary economic situation where prices continue to go through the roof, where we play our partisan games, right? And that's what we do. I mean, what my party is gonna definitely win the midterms, and what will we do? we'll investigate the administration, we'll have hearings, all this stuff. But nobody's going to plow themselves until the thing collapses, because that's not, we don't have politicians that are problem solvers or creative. So it's just going to, we will just do management. And so that will be, I don't think it's going to get better until it gets worse.
Thank you for that, Scott. I don't know whether there will be pitchforks and lanterns lit, torches lit because of all this. But there might be a tipping point where people just, they're not willing to take it anymore, and I don't know how they would express that. But the midterms are coming up. Thank you, Scott. We'll go to Steve, followed by Jay.
Hey, Gary, how's it going?
I'm good. I'm having a nice, you probably heard the beep, beep, beep of the microwave, so I'm making up for my lack of lox with a nice salmon dinner while I host our gathering today.
That sounds good, but I'm not a salmon lover. But to the point, I think the two things you're describing, Gary, one is event-driven, the oil price. The second is a structural issue, which the event-driven can bleed into the structural temporarily, but it's not the long-term issue here. And I think it was the early 80s when we started offshoring all our manufacturing, and we went to a service-based economy. And your town actually is a perfect example of what can contribute to this. The workforce that's in Detroit right now versus, say, the late 60s, early 70s, and the amount of money that those people that worked in the factories in Detroit making automobiles is going to be extracting from Social Security and from Medicare and Medicaid is going to be disproportionate in a ratio kind of way to the type of money that's being put back in by the residents now, because the type of jobs they have is not going to generate the same income that a factory worker in the late 60s or early 70s was generating to the federal government. And here's something else too that just amazes me. When this whole thing first started, me and my wife was having a conversation, and I told her, and this is really true, you cannot become wealthy as a country without making something. You have to have a manufacturing base to produce wealth. Look at what happened in China when they captured all of our manufacturing and the rise of their economy. We've been going in this direction for a long time. Marshall talking about, well, your generation has got my generation. Well, in a sense it did, but the people inside that generation didn't offshore all these manufacturing jobs over to China. And this is what is disconcerting to me, is when Trump talks about trying to reinvigorate the manufacturing base inside the United States through different pressure mechanisms, where people can start finding a better job than, say, working at Walmart and having to get food stamps to live. How much do you think that's going to supply a structural issue in the deficit? Not much, because they're not going to be putting in as much, and they're going to be extracting resources to feed themselves. This is a structural issue that's been going on for a long, long time. And what we've done, we've been living off of a credit card, and payday's coming. And here's what's just totally blows my mind. Within the federal government, there has to be a lot of waste and fraud. And when we had this Doge thing, maybe these guys didn't do it correctly. But the idea, and this isn't, you look at the highlighted issues like what we see in Minneapolis. That's just a symptom of a much broader problem. You can probably go into the Defense Department and the budget they have and the contractors they have. Everyone's heard about the $300 hammer. Well, when you get in these kind of shapes, you got to go through these systems. You got to root out the waste and abuse to where you really find out what the true structural problem is. You know, how big is it? Well, you're not going to know until you get that thing lean and mean. So I think what we're talking about today, as soon as the Strait of Hormuz is opened up and ships starts flowing again, and we see equilibrium in the oil supply, and the futures traders aren't so paranoid about what's going to happen tomorrow in the Middle East, you'll see this oil price thing bounce back real quick. The other issue, though, the structural issue with the debt, is going to take some serious politicians, and it's going to take a willingness to tell the people the truth. If you don't have manufacturing in the United States, and you think people working at these service jobs is going to produce the type of income to the federal government that it takes to fund this stuff, you're living in a delusional fantasy. So I don't know how this isn't obvious to everyone. I don't know. What do you think about it?
Well, I want to talk. You covered a couple of things. Here's what I think about us knowing about the problem with regard to government spending, because I don't know that the price of oil is going to fall very quickly, as you suggest. I hope you're right, and that the analysts that I quoted earlier are wrong. And I'm putting my money on you because that's what I want. I want it to fall quickly. But you talked about the government waste and how we've known about this all along. And I'm old enough to remember, and I don't know whether you are, William Proxmire. He was a Democratic senator from Wisconsin. And every month he issued his Golden Fleece Award. He did this from 1975 to 1988. Right. So he did it for a long time. Every month he brought examples of, you mentioned the expensive hammers, that kind of thing. Right. Ridiculous or ironic, wasteful government spending. Yeah. And he targeted projects he considered wasteful. And, for example, here was one that he did. The National Science Foundation. Your tax dollars were used, and I'm not saying we shouldn't have a National Science Foundation. Right. But your tax dollars were used, Proxmire told us, to fund a study on why people fall in love. That was the first Golden Fleece city. Yeah. You know? Right. Why do people fall in love? There's a song that will answer your question for you a lot cheaper. Anyway, right. The point is, we know about these wasteful spendings, and we laugh about them, or we claim that we're going to do something about it, but nobody does anything. I think the president tried with Doge, but I think it was not a very smooth way of doing it, and they went crazy. They can do anything that they want, and so that was a real big miscalculation. I think in terms of form, it might have sent a message, but in terms of substance, it did not.
Yeah, the idea was correct. The execution was just wrong. But, when we talk about structural issues like this, until you really know how much fat is on something, you can't do a true analytical evaluation of the problem you're dealing with. And what kills me, and I think it goes both ways, because I think there's people that benefit from different things, like in the Defense Department. I could only imagine how much, waste is floating around there. And then in entitlements, you hear these stories of all the time of people renting these office spaces, no one's there. So I think there's got to be and Gary, I got to tell you, as someone that's dealt with some budgetary issues. This is partly our fault too, as Americans, because one of the hardest things that you'll see is when you talk to people about budgetary constraints, they look at you like, well, why can't we? Well, why can't we is because this is not monopoly money, and these same accounting principles and same business principles that run a company run a government. You got to have some financial clarity to what you're doing. And people will get involved in government projects, and it's like well, I know what it is, because there's no accountability to failure. That's why these government programs get out of control, because like I used to run a small trucking company. If I made bad decisions, I would go out of business. If you're in government and you make bad decisions, you just tax people more. You never have to feel the pain of your decision making. And until we get something like that going, we're in bad shape. But I think one is an event and one is structural. I'll leave it there.
So it's not as if there aren't organizations within government whose job it is to watchdog all of this. There are. There are more than 70 federal inspectors general. Although Trump, which I don't understand it, given that he wanted to cut all this wasteful spending, he got rid of a bunch of inspectors general. But across all the major federal agencies, each of them has a inspector general, and there's the Government Accountability Office, which is the primary watchdog. Each audit federal spending, they identify waste, they root out fraud, abuse, and mismanagement. Great. But as you point out correctly, they have no authority to order changes. They just report them. And apparently, in spite of the fact that this administration wanted to cut the federal spending with this DOGE thing, which, as you and I both recognize, kind of backfired, at the same time, they were eliminating inspectors general because, I don't know, I guess some people don't want to know that they have a serious or terminal disease. So they don't go to the doctor, or they fire the doctor who gives them the bad news because that's not what they want to hear. I understand that. There's a psychological reason for that. But you're exactly right. In the private sector, as you were talking, I was thinking about where I work. If my vice president and general manager, who has our division, can't keep things profitable, well, he's going to be gone. And somebody who can ensure profitability will move in, and there will be probably cuts in personnel as a result. So you can't, when you're in private industry, let it get out of hand. You're right. In the government, they can and they do. And nobody, apparently, according to that New York Times story, in Washington really gives much of a damn about it.
Well, Gary,
so you combine this with the current crisis with the gas and diesel costs. We are under severe economic stress in our households, but also we're in extreme economic distress in Washington. You combine the two, and I don't know, again, I'm not an economist, but it seems like that's a recipe for absolute economic disaster in this.
Well, I can give you one example I was personally involved with. It involved our city council, it involved our county commission, it involved some state people, and we was talking about in percentage terms of a budget, a significant amount to a budgetary issue. And the math was so simple on this, Gary. It was literally 6th grade level math that you could look at these numbers and tell they weren't working at any level. I mean, a 6th grader could have done the math on it. And people, I mean, we had a meeting room with about 300 people in it, and no one was pointing out the obvious fact. These numbers just don't work. And I'm sitting here listening to these people ramble on, getting high on their own BS. And finally, as the engineer was talking, I told him, I said, just stop right there. I said, please, just stop. And I laid out the numbers. And I looked at everyone and I said, can anyone in this room that's so enthused on pushing this project tell me how these numbers are going to work? And they looked like us, the Grinch that stole Christmas. But that's how embedded this kind of psychological Santa Claus can become in government spending. And finally, I just told him, I said, because I had deciding vote in it, I said, until you can show me how these numbers are going to work, I said, I'm a hard no. I said, now you got to tell me how these numbers are going to work. But it becomes so pervasive. It was like an out-of-body experience looking at people that was normally intelligent people sitting there saying, yeah, let's just bankrupt this place and everyone's going to be happy. And I'm sitting there just like, I can't believe what I'm hearing here. But I can only imagine this replicating itself inside the halls of Congress over and over and over, and no one saying, hey, you got to make the numbers work. But I'll leave it there. I know there's other people.
Yeah, just remember yesterday I was talking about how things were when there were so many houses underwater and people's houses were being foreclosed. Why did that happen? Because people, they let their emotions, when they want a program in Washington or a project in West Virginia or to purchase a home, it's just human nature. I want that house. I fell in love with that house. How can I make this work on my salary? And the realtor says, oh, we can figure out how to make this work, because the realtor wants the commission. And then the mortgage company issues paper on a house that you're a poor risk for. And maybe you make it through or maybe you don't. And it's just kind of like human nature, and we have to have the fortitude to stand up and draw a line and say, I love this house, but I just can't put the money together. I have to get something a little more modest. But if you have a project in Washington or in West Virginia that you really, 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 really want, you might ignore all of those realities. So I want to say thank you to Steve, and go to William, followed by
the way, can I just make one comment? I think there is a number, right? It's 60. It's about 60% of debt to GDP. I mean, there's a level where we could function. I mean, it's not. If we can get to 60% of debt to GDP ratio, but we're now functioning at over 100%. I think we're close to. I think we're close to 200% or something. That's the problem. I mean, what we'd have to do, but no politician will ever get elected by saying, hey, I'm Scott Jones. I'm going to run for Congress, and my project is going to be to get us to 60% to GDP to debt ratio. No one's going to do that, and that's fundamentally the problem. I mean, it's just not. It's not an issue that will sell. It's the issue that's going to kill us. But people just don't know how to talk about it, and I don't know how to talk about it. I mean, it's the critical issue. But someone needs to tell a story about the debt to GDP ratio, and I don't know how to do it. But that's the critical issue.
Well, the thing is, everybody is, I forget who said it, maybe it was Steve that said it. These guys and gals, they all want to get reelected. Maybe it was you that said it. But anyways, they want to get reelected. So they have to bring home the bacon. And so I have a bill before my fellow members of Congress, and I'm trying to whip up support for the bill, and you come to me and say, I'll support your bill, Gary, but I need something for my district. I need something And that's when these make-up projects get approved by Congress. And this is when people end up, building these bridges to nowhere and so forth in order to pork barrel things to garner the votes that they need to pass the project that they really want to see cleared the Congress. So as long as we have that attitude, it's just going to kind of continue, I think. We'll now go to William, followed by Marcus. Thank you, Steve.
So I'm with Scott. And actually, Scott, if you want to run for Congress, you can win on a cost-cutting issue of take back our streets in Philadelphia, because banning the Philadelphia Parking Authority would get you elected. Very expensive. It's a tax on everything.
The executive director of the Philadelphia Park Authority makes more than the governor of the state.
It's like a mafia racket, and they're playing around with a lot of things that the room would not be interested in. But that will get you elected to Congress in Philly. And I'm going to ride my bike over to the Mexican store and get some tacos and beans and rice. So I'm not worried about how much fuel I'm putting in my car, because I don't move my car. If I move my car, I can't find a space, so I'll get tickets, and they're very expensive. But the cost is being driven up, I think, more locally in Philadelphia by the cost of diesel fuel, because everything gets trucked in here. So, some things come by rail, but the trucking, the cost for the truckers is going to drive up our prices on the fuel. And that's built into the cost of the products that are sold in the stores, cost of the groceries. That's one factor. There are multiple factors, like Scott was saying. The tariffs were supposed to bring industry back into the United States. Maybe it brings some, it loses other industry. Some industry was cross-border. Some industries are establishing themselves in Canada rather than the United States for a variety of reasons. And like the Griffin, the Griffin factories that are scheduled to go up in Canada, and that is also going to cut into sales of fourth generation fighters from the United States that Canada may have otherwise bought, or fourth generation. But there's a lot of things. The tariffs discourage business in some cases from coming to the United States, but they also, there's not a lot of new projects that have opened here, and they also drive up the cost of labor, because there's a lot of jobs that Americans really don't want to fill, and farmers not only are suffering from the tariffs, but they're suffering from the immigration policies, because a lot of our workers are, or what used to be our workers, who were living honestly and not committing crimes and paying taxes. A lot of them are being kicked out of the country. And when you drive up all the costs for living, it's going to discourage young people from having kids, or they'll put it off until later.
And birth rate is way down.
Right, and that is going to cause a demographic problem. So we'll actually need more laborers in the long run. And so the whole idea that we need to kick people out of our country because they're taking jobs, nah, not really. I mean, they're taking jobs that Americans often don't want to fill, and they are filling out a labor force that in many aspects is understaffed. And also, we're not immune. Like, the United States is an exporter of fuel. The U.S. production is doing really well because of the shale and the different technologies that have come online for petrochemical and oil extraction. we've got more gas than we can actually use. There's actually flare-offs all the time out west. I've seen some discussion about that. So, we're energy independent, more or less. There's certain crude grades of oil that mix better in refineries and that are beneficial to have to make certain levels of product. But overall, the United States is energy independent. But the costs around the rest of the world are going to have a downward pressure on global economies. And so if there's a global recession, a global depression, and we're manufacturing things, and we do manufacture some things, who's going to buy our stuff? Who's going to want to, pay the higher prices for the things that we have to sell? I mean, it's not. We are connected to the broader world, whether or not you want to deglobalize or not. We're not making everything here, and we do sell some things overseas. And if you depress demand because people don't have money for your products, you're going to sell less products. So overall, you just, it doesn't. We're not just isolated. We're not just Fortress America with two big ocean moats on either side and hostile neighbors to our north and south now. But we have we've lost a lot of trade. We've lost a lot of tourist trade for people that don't want to come to the United States from Canada because of the basically grotesque activities of the ICE agents and the hostility towards foreigners and the xenophobia of certain Americans and the tourist dollars are way down. That's an industry that's depressed. And, as far as the insurance, the insurance costs are off the charts. You want to ban FEMA? Terrific. How much is that going to drive up the cost for the almost uninsurable residences in South Florida? Or we're not into the fire season yet in the West. All these things, we have people that are working in government that actually provide value. They're not all just, do nothing, waste money jobs. They provide value. They provide value for the American people. And it's not just in the north and the coast, but, in the south. We're going to get hit with hurricanes. It's going to happen. Whether or not you want to believe it's related to global warming or not, it's still going to hit. You can believe it when the tide rises and the water crests over the walls. So, FEMA provides a really essential service for states, regardless of political affiliation. So, that's going to hurt. That's going to drive up costs in one way or another. And it also, if you put people out of work, you're circulating less money in the economy. People are buying less stuff, and that has ramifications. So, you have to actually, I'm a lawyer. I'm not an economist. I just read things. But, a lot of these things are going to turn around and bite us in the ass. And that is a legal term. So, yeah, it's just a lot of things that are happening that are going to depress the economy. They're going to cut into real estate prices and make lower the quality of life for us and for our kids that want to start families. And that's going to be a problem.
So you mentioned the immigration issue and jobs, etc. One only needs to look at Japan. Japan was very, very tight on immigration because they want to maintain a homogenous society where everybody is Japanese. And, unlike the United States, people, and part of this may be genetic, but also they don't eat a lot of processed foods in Japan. And so they have a real problem there of longevity. People live much longer in Japan. That's a problem than people live in the United States because now you have the need for elder care. And with the birth rate being as low as it is in Japan, they are now going to other countries in South Asia and encouraging people to come to Japan for long-term employment as caregivers. And of course, when people come in from other countries, there's a chance that there will be commingling, and the genetic base of the country changes somewhat as a result of the study that we
People
discussed
love
earlier.
their neighbor. People love their neighbor.
Why do people fall in love?
And that could have been sponsored by the CIA or the FSB. That could be valuable information. Why do people fall in love?
Right. So we're going to see that here. We're going to see a complete shift from the current strategy on immigration, I believe, as our country continues to age and the birth rate is such that we don't have a lot of young people, especially young people who are predisposed to doing elder care. And my prediction is, you guys can write it down, especially those of you who are young enough to be able to track this for a number of years, beyond the years that I will be able to track it. You will see a huge influx of Filipinos into the United States who will come here to become caregivers. They will leave their children home with the grandma and the grandpa, and they will make money, and they will send a good portion of what they make back to the Philippines as a way of providing for their family and improving their life. And if they are lucky, they too will find someone to fall in love with. As the study, we could go back to that first study, the National Academy of Sciences study, why they fall in love. Thank you, William. We'll now go to Austin, who fell out and came back, followed by Marcus.
Thank you so much. I'm so... Oh, Marcus, are you in a hurry?
No, Austin followed by Marcus. Marcus left. Go ahead,
Okay,
Marcus.
cool. I'm so glad that William spoke because he was getting to some vital points. I think we're often chasing the wrong ball. We look into the 21st century. We have a lot of technology for alternative fuels. It's interesting, but Trump really seems to be working in the interest of the oil industry. Why are oil companies making so much money these days with oil prices so high all throughout the oil sector? It's kind of odd to me. But I think we're absolutely chasing the wrong ball. I mean, it's simple to look at the science of economic history and look what seems to be intuitive. You think, okay, we're going to reduce spending and that's going to help our economy. That's not the right question to be asking. And it's such like an intuitive tilt. Okay, I think of personal finance, I think of business finance, I think of corporate finance. Okay, we're going to reduce costs and increase revenue. But we're a nation, and we're the global reserve currency. What we need to be absolutely panicking about is how we're destroying the ill will of America. And even if Trump lives to 100, 120, he's not on this planet as long as a lot of us, and he's damaging our reputation in order to follow the winds of short-run pursuits. It's not a matter of are we spending or not, it's what are we spending on. It's been found that Keynes' science of economic expenditure, it's reality. It's not a matter of are you spending or not spending, are you spending on things that grow the GDP? It's absolutely proven that certain sectors of government spending have an outsized effect in economic growth. When money circulates through the economy, it doesn't just disappear. When there's fiscal policy by the government, it doesn't just disappear, it circulates through the economy. So I think it's good to be cautious, folks that are in the media and folks that are on the blogosphere. It's so simple to make the emotional appeal to worrying about the deficit. And it is a concern. It's something that we have to be cognizant of. But what we really want is to be at the helm of the economy. We know that if we spend more and create more debt, then our currency weakens, then our exporters are benefited. I think the key is to have agility in the ability to navigate between what a given instance of economic ideal might be at a certain time and have the agility to change depending on what's needed. And what we're really losing out on is now we're in the era of AI and automation. We need to worry about the brain drain in the brain game. Harvard, Caltech, Stanford, these used to always attract the best and the brightest. It was an obvious choice for so many people to end up here. And a lot of people don't want to be here. And we're losing the best and the brightest, and that's a real concern. I think we should maximize for longevity. We really have enough for everyone. There's just an artificial sense of scarcity. And I caution folks in the media and blogosphere, it might be easy to win an election on panic about the debt and the deficit and yada, yada, yada. But it's a science. Please chat with AI on logical mode for about 20 minutes about macroeconomics and economic multipliers before, say you want to have a blog post on it, chat with the AI about macroeconomics and multipliers before going there, because we're in a sense of artificial scarcity. We have enough for everyone.
So your first comments about the where we spend our money and how it affects the GDP. According to the Pentagon, the war in Iran has cost American taxpayers at least $25 billion to as much as $35 billion. That's Pentagon estimates. The Pentagon reported a $11.3 billion cost for the first 6 days of the conflict. And the current burn rate is roughly $1 billion to $2 billion. So that's, I don't know, somebody can work out the math in their head. To me, that pushes the total costs much higher as the operation continues into its third month. So what's the cost of that to the GDP? I don't know, but I do know from my earlier readings about this that war typically acts as a major economic drain, although the president touts the fact that it is pumping up the U.S. military-industrial complex. So that might countermand a little bit of what I've read. But what I've read is that war in general reduces real GDP, especially in the conflict-affected nations. And long-term losses can last a long time, maybe a decade, maybe more.
Absolutely. We need to spend wisely. And if you look at the defense sector, and these days I'm all for a very strong defense sector. It's focused on defensive weapons and keeping us safe.
Right.
But a lot of it is not circulating through the economy. We just have a huge bull run on the defense sector.
Right. So I'm looking at the Kellogg Insight report, which says that global conflict in general, not this one specifically, costs an estimated $17 trillion annually. And that's 13% of the world GDP. So from an economic standpoint, aside from the loss of life, obviously, and infrastructure that a war creates, like the song goes, you know me, I always go back to the lyrics of the songs. War, good God, y'all, what is it good for?
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
And if you
but the asterisk in that song was, of course, The Undertaker. The Undertaker always did well.
And if we were spending that curing every cancer, think about how that would, just intuitively, think about how that would circulate through the economy, through the doctor's offices, through the medical companies, through the longevity. Let's focus on robotics, the build a utopia, senior care robotics, longevity in the health sectors, because those grow the economy massively. Look at Denmark's economy. Thank you, everyone.
Well, it's getting a little bit weird with the robotics. In South Korea, they've just ordained the first robotic monk. So I don't know if this is a joke that they were doing, or whether they really think that robots can replace human monks in their religion or
Gary,
spiritual.
you're scaring me. You're terrifying.
Sphere. What's that, Scott?
You're terrifying me now.
Dude, it's your own damn fault. How many of your fellow ministers have turned to AI to write their sermons, lazy bastards? It happens all the time.
Brutal. Yeah, it's brutal.
Come on. Well, we can't generate our own words? This is the beauty of this forum. Because people have to speak. And I know sometimes people are quoting AI. I get that. But generally speaking, people are speaking their truth to the room. They're not speaking ChatGPT's truth to the room. Monsef, followed by Daryl.
Thank you, Gary. Hey, what made me come up is a previous speaker on stage on some basic laws of economics and how they make a country work and all that. I wanted to acknowledge William and Austin's comments. They were spot on. I don't mean to pick on our friend in West Virginia, but when your idea for a successful country is that you can't get ahead unless we produce something, it's very vague. There is a concept in economics called the comparative advantage concept. You make what you're good at, because otherwise you'll be wasting your time in doing stuff that is, below your skill level. And by the time you get to produce it, even if it's produced locally, you're not going to be able to sell it because it's going to cost you too much. And that's the basics of international trade. We let other countries produce what they can produce at the best cost that they can do it. And we produce a lot in the United States. We have the comparative advantage of producing some of the best technologies in the world. We specialize in that, and that's our thing. It doesn't make sense to stop producing F-35s and go to build manufacturing, factories in West Virginia, Ohio, whatever, to make, brooms and kitchen, whatever, or T-shirts or clothing, because it has this idea that politicians talk about. We're going to build factories. We're going to get your unskilled workers to work, and they're not going to make a living because no one is going to be willing to buy a $40 broom, and no one will be willing to buy a $50 T-shirt. That's why when you buy your T-shirt, it doesn't say in the back "Made in Japan." It says it's made in Bangladesh or made in places where
Vietnam, Bangladesh and Vietnam.
Yeah, Bangladesh, Vietnam, but there is an idea that it makes sense for Levi's or whatever to go places like that. You got a cost of living that is lower, that is cheaper. It makes sense to send your work there. They get to feed their families or whatever. Yes, sometimes it gets a little crazy with manufacturing like that. And a little, good values, I guess, is necessary to make sure that you don't get into, slavery and stuff like, child labor and stuff like that. But,
and the infamous fires in the Bangladesh garment factories, right?
Yeah, but the reality is someone can live on $100 or $150 salary, monthly salary in Vietnam, Bangladesh, China, and make T-shirts. But if you do that same job in the U.S., you'll have to pay him at least minimum wage. And the guy from West Virginia, I bet he's not willing to go to Walmart. It won't be a Walmart because Walmart is all China. and go and spend $15 for a broom. And that's why these empty, promises by our politicians, that, we're going to build factories. Well, factories of what? We do have factories. We got to build product that we can be good at and sell with, an added value to both the economy and to society. Anyway, enough of that. So, I mean, it's the little courses sometimes in your free community college would educate our voting populace, because the minute a president or whatever would go up there and say crap like that, at least people would be educated to say that. But you just say in the beginning of whatever, we're going to build factories, but it's not necessarily going to benefit society. I want to go back to gas prices and why they aren't expensive. I don't know if Gary, you saw the report by the Washington Post today, I think, that it was a report that was that the CIA, has given to the administration about their, what they see in.
Right. Yeah, I actually posted something about that in the chat, which is linked above. And basically, what it says is that the CIA report to, and I don't know where the Washington Post got this, their sources at the CIA or probably their sources at the White House. But the report said that if it becomes a stalemate over the Strait of Hormuz and the oil, ultimately Iran can handle that. The United States cannot. We will have to blink first, is basically what
it says. That Iran has basically another 5 months before it can see some real damage to its economy. It also said that they still are sitting on a massive arsenal of missiles and whatever. This new deal.
And by the way, let me just interject. This is a CIA intelligence report to the President of the United States, who says that there are no armaments left, that their military has been destroyed. Iranians' military has been destroyed. Well, where's he getting his information from? And this speaks to the whole point that he says what he feels is prudent to say at the moment, but not necessarily accurate. Although he is not unusual in this regard when it comes to elected officials. He is, in the sense that he has exploited this ability way beyond any other politician, at least in my lifetime, that I can recall.
Right. And the deal that they are trying to get now, how is this different than what Obama did? I mean, he trashed the Obama deal.
But it was Obama, so it was wrong. It's his, and it's right. This gets back to yesterday, where I got yelled at for making a comparison that I promised I would never make again, about how when Biden finally proposed locking up the border, it was bad. But then after the president came in, I know it's not the exact same program, it was good. And so here we go with he's really gone in for Obama. He really dislikes Obama. Obama's past tense. Trump is current. He doesn't have to worry about what Obama did, or what Bill Clinton did, or what Jimmy Carter did. Those people are no longer in charge. And I don't know why he obsesses with this stuff to the degree that he does.
Yeah, there are multiple good articles today. Is it the 7th today? Yes, I'm reading one. I read one earlier today from the Financial Review. Literally, the title said, Trump's Iran deal looks a bit like Obama's. I mean, that's not just you, Gary. A lot of people are noticing this, including that moratorium, I guess, on the nukes. It's only going to be about 10, 15 years max. But again, he said that they will never be able to produce a nuke. time. But then after that, they are allowed to enrich to a level where they actually can use it for to arm and a nuclear head. Also, it's releasing a bunch of cash to Iran. Like we heard so much of that planes were full of cash leaving the banks of Maryland, Virginia, which is not true, by the way, because we paid them in Swiss francs, not U.S. dollars. Anyone can check that. So banks were not getting emptied in the tri-state area to send billions of dollars to Iran.
But I saw pictures of pallets of cash.
Yeah, right, but it was not the cash held at U.S. banks like the president said.
It probably was AI generated also.
Yeah, the internet. But it was, the payment was made in U.S.
My flowers are
we're gonna now end up
breaking through.
Giving them the stuff that the president
Breaking
makes
through
fun
the
of
soil.
Obama for doing, for giving them their money back. I don't know where the money that we're gonna give them now, what's those frozen assets for? But it's the same thing. But it's the ultimate thing that we. The ultimate kind of scenario that, nothing says that we lost this. More than this. We went 180 degrees from, we went there, we won the first day. The regime change, it didn't happen. The torture of the Iranian people. Sorry, Alan, I know we were very hopeful in the beginning that it's going to be liberation to the Iranian people. You don't see anyone talk about the poor Iranians. And, if there is any help on the way, or if there is any things in these deals, written in the deals that that the Iranian regime has to stop.
They are collateral damage.
Yes,
because the reality is, when this war ends, if there's no regime change, and the chances of there being a regime change are very dim, I think is what you're saying, and I would agree.
That's right.
It's going to be retribution time for all those people who we encouraged. Our government encouraged them. Now, they may not have needed our encouragement, but our government encouraged them to take to the streets. We encouraged them to do so. So let's just remember that if, in fact, and I hope I'm wrong, that mass executions occur and mass incarcerations occur because people simply went to the streets to protest the regime. We have some culpability in what happens to them as well, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not going to be long. I think I just got a notification that I think we're just launching some new attacks in Iran. But the idea that gas prices are going down anytime soon, like you said this a few days ago, Gary, that when they go up like a rocket. When they fall like a feather. Summer driving season is coming. Don't expect gas to be, even if the war ends, even whatever, it's going to be a slow, going down. And I'm just amazed at MAGA, how much they are willing to tolerate the pain in order to see, it's not even a pain for the stuff that the president say. Are you willing to tolerate a nuclear Iran? Well, we are going to end up with a nuclear Iran based on this deal, whether it's in 10 years or 15 years from now. It's just a matter of kicking the can down the road. It's not eliminating that threat. I'm going to let others speak, Gary. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Monsef. We'll now go to Daryl, followed by David.
Hey, Gary, can you hear me?
No.
Okay, well, I just got to ask. So I'm going to ask for some latitude here. I want to talk about, and I'm going to tie this to fuel. So before the UAE they had issued, their finance minister had issued a dire warning saying that, hey, if we don't start getting some of the here, we may actually have to start selling oil in Chinese, in yuan, RMB. And so what we're doing right now is we're setting up black currency swap lines for the UAE. And this is really only done in times of emergency, like in 2008 with the crisis, 2020 with COVID, because what happens is if they start selling oil in Chinese RMB, they don't need to hold all those treasury notes, the American, they don't need to hold American dollars. So this is a precedent. Scott Besson actually went in, he spoke before, I think, the Senate last week about this, and we're setting up currency swap lines to aid with liquidity. The problem is, though, that China has started prepaying Iran for oil. And so there was this thing that we're going to starve Iran, and we're going to basically, break them economically, and, we're going to starve them. But China started prepaying for oil. Iran's sitting on about $40 billion in its central bank. And so the idea possibly that another OPEC company, I don't know if you saw yesterday, Saudi Arabia is kicking everybody out. If another OPEC country, decides, hey, with this threat, now it could just be a threat, if they start threatening, hey, if we can't get through Hormuz, we're going to start making our own deals with China, and we're going to start making our deals in Chinese money. What will happen is you'll see that these countries don't need to hold American dollars because they're now trading oil and other things. And economically, what's going to happen? The American dollar is going to become less valuable because countries don't need to hold it. And what would happen with our debt? You'll see countries, hey, we don't need to hold these treasuries anymore because we're not, collecting. We're selling money outside of the petrodollar system. So we don't need these dollars. You'll see massive inflation. You will see massive inflation. And I think we're talking about gas. We're talking about gas prices. But this ties into so many other things, right? It ties into interest rates, right? Not just interest rates on mortgages, but just interest rates if you need to go and finance a car, if your credit card, all these other things that can be devastating for our economy. And the idea we're possibly setting up a swap line, currency swap line for the UAE is something we really need to take seriously. The idea that China is pre-buying oil or paying for oil that they haven't even acquired yet from Iran just to hold up Iran, it kind of feels like there's an economic alliance that's building against this country, and it's not just about the price of gas. It's about how all of these things will impact us. You're going to see prices going up in the supermarkets, prices at restaurants. Prices are just going to start to go up. And someone said something earlier. What was it Monsef said? Monsef said something really, really brilliant, but I lost it. That's all I wanted to say. We need to start thinking about not just the price of, the cost at the pump, but what is happening globally, economically. And the UAE leaving OPEC is not a good sign for the future of the American dollar. That's all I want to say.
Thank you for that, Daryl. Ching, we've been trying to invite you up, and Francine also, but it's not working. I know you were up once. Maybe if you leave the room and come back and try again, we'll be able to bring you up. It's a technical issue. Monsef mentioned about he just got an alert about attacks. I've got that information for you. U.S. forces, this is according to the U.S. Central Command, targeted Iranian military facilities they say were responsible for launching a series of unprovoked missile, drone, and small boat attacks against American warships transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Interesting, given the fact that they denied that our ships were under attack. Just want to point that out.
I remember. What you had said earlier about the CIA and that memo that dropped earlier. Chuck Schumer said something. a couple of months back. He said, don't mess with the intelligence agencies because they can screw you 6 ways to Sunday. And no matter how powerful you think you are, leave the intelligence agencies alone. And I think this is the intelligence agencies flexing their muscle. Just
well, we don't know whether that leak came from the White House or the intelligence agencies. Both are possible. Let me go back to what CENTCOM said. I'm going to quote from their press release. U.S. forces intercepted unprovoked Iranian attacks and responded with self-defense strikes as U.S. Navy-guided missile destroyers transited the Strait of Hormuz to the Gulf of Oman on May the 7th. That's today. CENTCOM says that the Iranian facilities targeted include, quote, missile and drone launch sites, command and control locations, and intelligence surveillance and reconnaissance nodes. So supposedly the strikes were carried out at multiple locations. So what this means, is this like a one-off, or are we back at it? I don't know. If we're back at it, does that mean that the ceasefire has ended? Does that mean that the clock starts ticking again, even though it probably always was, but the president claimed that the clock stopped ticking on the War Powers Act? Does that mean that he has to go now before Congress for authorization? Will he go before Congress for authorization? I don't know the answer to any of these questions, to be honest with you. Thank you for that, Daryl. David, followed by Ching.
Hey, Gary. Fantastic discussion, by the way. Yeah, I think that we're headed for a cliff of sorts with this oil. I think that our Arab allies know that the Iranians can control the game here. Recall they're going back and forth with regard to letting us use their airspace. I'm referring to Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. They're obviously very concerned about the protections that we need to provide for them. The UAE, as was mentioned, is going alone on the OPEC game now. But Iran has a history of handling these issues. They have a history of, I heard it argued here that they can just start burning their oil fields and start shutting them down and waiting us out. There's all kinds of ways that they could play this. So the fact that we're trying to blockade them is great, but if they can wait it out and the rest of the world starts to suffer, I'm hearing it argued right now, Gary, that even though we have a lot of oil, we can't transport fuel when we fly somewhere else. So airline companies are at the mercy of wherever it is they're flying to make sure they can refuel. So who's going to want to get on a plane and go to a middle economy country like Vietnam or Thailand, where they could potentially be out of fuel and you're sandbagged in a country waiting this out? So, the poorer nations of the world, obviously, we don't give a damn about because, they can just suffer and white knuckle it and deal with it in their own way. But this is going to trickle to our first world allies in Japan and Vietnam. And, these are going to have unknown consequences on the stock market, on the international markets, on our bond market. It's already trending higher. This is going to cause costs, pain points with regard to housing, automobiles that were mentioned. All the borrowing that goes on in this great country is tied to these indexes. And you can't get investment over here at the lower rates that we need them to be at to keep inflation down. When we're at risk of defaulting, when we're at risk of rising military costs to defend this. So, everything that Trump sort of messaged and attempted to sell going into the election has completely not materialized, in my opinion. And I hope the American people are happy that he's in the White House now and not Kamala Harris, who potentially would not have done any of this. So here we are. We're playing the game now. Israel obviously is very sensitive to this these talking points. This one-page memo that's come out, basically spelling out what's on the table here. And they're obviously a kink and a thorn in the side of making sure that we don't go back to what it is we originally had with Obama 10 years ago, Gary. So, at the end of the day, the hemorrhaging's got to stop at some point. I mean, Americans, we're going into the summertime, Gary. I mean, Americans are having to travel more domestically. A lot of Americans drive SUVs. They're pro-American. They buy the big trucks. And all this is eating into their gas costs, their ability to spend time or extra money on their families. So those are going to be some serious pain points this summer if gas prices continue to surge, which I think they are. Everything's pointing that way. So, yeah, I think Trump needs to get his head wrapped around this. The War Powers Act, as you mentioned, is sunsetting. And, you know, I think it's time that our intelligence apparatuses, in tandem with our elected officials outside of the presidency, get together and solve this mess before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And Ching, you get the last.
Are you calling me?
If your name is Ching, I certainly am.
Hi, Gary. Hi, Ellen. Hi, Marsh. Hi, Scott. Let's see. I'm just referring to early. Is it Alan? I forgot who was it. Oh, Steve. We're talking about China, America, and America is always has been service-based economy, and I read some articles says right now it's actually good that we are not based in manufacture, because when you rely on it, when you have manufacturer based economy, and then the oil assumption is even higher, and we're probably going to be in shitholes. And in terms of China economy right now, I was just looking for, even 4 weeks ago, the American dollar trading is actually not as good as in what it came. Actually, no, never mind. The American dollar right now today is 6.8, and 4 weeks ago is 7.29. That means, yeah. And what else? We're talking about China. Okay, oil. When I was in China just 6 months ago, and we talk about this, economy, and then lately talk to more people when we have a phone conversation, and my friend said you don't have to worry about oil shortage. China has a huge reserve, about 5-6 years of they dig these holes in the ground, and they have plenty of supply of oil. So to them, it's not critical that the Middle Eastern and other countries that is in shortage of oil. And as gasoline price goes up, this is a much more close to everyday life issue, except some people don't use cars, and then they don't feel the pain. Hearing somebody else's pain is different. When you go on to pump those gasoline, I take pictures of the gasoline. I took a picture about 3 weeks ago, then I took a picture just about last week, and I use Plus version, and my oil tank is not that huge, but it increased. Like it used to be like $40. I can take care of the whole tank. Now it's more than $60. So it is pretty ouch. So I don't use car every day. It's more like a entertainment equipment for me. But now I have to reduce my entertainment, and driving around for no purpose. So that is one thing. And then airline has increased greatly the price. This morning at 3 o'clock, Gary, I got a text message. Of course, I saw it only later at 8 a.m. And somebody bought a Asiana ticket using my credit card, and somehow, my credit card has compromised. It was quite a lot of money, close to $1,800. So I would assuming it's a international flight, probably round trip. So people are desperate, and people are breaking the laws. So of course I canceled my credit card, but it's paying the butt. When you cancel a credit card, right? Sometimes, your utility is going to the credit card and deduct automatically. Now you have to call all the companies, to tell them the new card. So it's kind of a tedious and senseless work. Yeah. So is your title is, are we at the fuel cost tipping point? And I hear Gary said you hope so. I deeply doubt it is at the tipping point. It's going to go high, maybe go low a little bit. Yeah. So I think it's not tipping point. Okay, I'm done talking.
Thank you, Ching. Appreciate that. Ching, Monsef mentioned that at $100, I don't know whether he said a week or a month, in China, people can live pretty well. Is the Chinese economy similar to that of Vietnam and Bangladesh, that it doesn't take much in U.S. dollars to satisfy the economic needs of folks?
Well, I don't think you can compare to Bangladesh. I think China's price is going higher and higher, and it is the low price is like a street food, very yummy street food. I can eat lunch every day for $3. $3, yeah. So I convert, when I was in China, it was like $1 equals 7 Chinese yuan. So a really yummy bowl of soup is less than 30 yuan. So you figure, and that is what I'm counting Chinese. Yeah, that's okay, $4, but the other thing is high, like a high end, they import lots of stuff, like Chinese people like to use a brand name, and that's like ridiculously higher than US, so it is people who are very well to do, they like to show off their status by dress brand name shirts, outfits, and then carry brand name bags, and wearing jewelry. And I don't know the percentage of how many wealthy people